Cross country, a mainstay sport in the winter sport world on the Paralympic winter roster since the very first games in Sweden in 1976, offers up 4 more sets of medals on day 3 of the Nordic programme here at Beijing 2022. Hello there, wherever you're watching, and welcome to the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre, high in the mountains northwest of Beijing, for more long-distance racing. 24 hours after China dominated the men's and women's sitting events, today it's the turn of the standing and visually impaired athletes. 20-kilometre races in the men's events. That's 4 laps of the 5k loop here, a lap less for the women, giving a total race distance of 15 kilometres. And the action will be underway shortly, starting with the men's long distance standing. 5 Chinese racers in contention here, 3 dangerous Japanese, including a 3-time Paralympic Winter Champion and now 7 Games veteran Nita Yoshihiro, and a medalist already at these games in the biathlon sprint, the bronze athlete Mark Arends there of Canada. A high-quality field ready to go as we approach 10 a.m. local time in the mountains on this, the 3rd day of the Nordic events at the 2022 Paralympic Winter Games.
Conditions are mild and getting milder by the day. They've been working very hard overnight to prepare alpine, snowboard and cross-country courses, long-distance standing in the classic style. So they were skiing freestyle technique in Pyeongchang, and some athletes prefer one style over the other. The men's event 4 years ago won by Ukraine's Ihor Repchuk. But here is the field for today, and a good spread of nations as always, but 5 from China as mentioned. We've got athletes also from Spain, Ukraine, Canada, Norway, Switzerland, Poland, 2 from Mongolia, which is great to see. And Kawayoke Taiki there, he'll go off 15th. Certainly a chance, having had a good win at the 2019 World Championships in the classic style, which is the parallel skiing technique in the tracks rather than the skating or freestyle, which we see as Mark Arends, which we see in biathlon events. And plenty of athletes can do both and compete in both events, of course, but it can be a specialist who pops up and wins this classic style.
Yeah, but Mark Arends there, his 9th career medal with that bronze on the first day of competition here at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre in the biathlon sprint event. So he is hotly tipped here to get amongst the medals once more. And what about Nita Yoshihiro, 41 years young, over 20 years on from his Winter Paralympic debut at home all the way back in Nagano in '98. He's still going strong here in his 7th games. What a career.
Yeah, he's a role model for a lot of Japanese skiers, cross-country and biathlon, including for Kawayoke, in fact. Nita's grandfather was a big influence on his life. He did blame himself for
well, this is his protege, actually, isn't it?
That's right. Kawayoke just idolises him, and you know, some athletes are a role model whether they want to be or not. They don't set out to be, but they can be once others see them compete and see what they're doing and the fun that they're having. So, well, I'm in for that, and Nita has had that effect on a lot of Japanese skiers.
Yep, and there's a 3rd Japanese racer involved here as well in Iwamoto Keigo. But it's going to be very, very interesting to see the Chinese, as well as the performance of this guy, Witold Skupien, the 32-year-old Pole. Now then, he had an excellent World Champs just 8 weeks ago in Lillehammer, silver in the 12.5-kilometre event. 3rd Games in the cross-country and biathlon competitions at the Winter Paralympics, and we're good to go here. So they'll go off at 30-second intervals, starting with the Spaniard born in La Paz, Bolivia, but represents Spain these days. It is Paul Macori Redalad, Garcia, and we are underway here in the men's long distance classical technique in the standing category here on day 3 of the Nordic programme at these 15th Paralympic Winter Games. Paul Makuri Redolad Garcia, 88% factor time, the 31-year-old Spaniard.
By contrast, just 16 years of age is Serafim Drahun from Ukraine. A couple of top 20s at the 21 World Championships. Been skiing since a 10-year-old. He's been involved in football and tennis as well. And he's got a nice early rhythm going. It'll be a test of endurance, concentration and technique. 20 Ks.
43 on the bib, 47 is the age of Kjartan Haugen, one of our multi-decorated athletes racing today, 3-time world champion Kjartan, 2 golds as well in the previous Paralympic Winter Games, his first dating all the way back to Salt Lake City 20 years ago in the men's 5K Classic.
Bib 44, it's the 21-year-old Sai Jia-yun from the city of Harbin, or the Ice City, the Ice and Snow Festival for which Harbin is famous. It was also a candidate city for previous Paralympic and Olympic Winter Games. No shortage of snow and cold temperatures where he's from.
So really strong host nation representation, as has been the case throughout the programme, the Nordic programme. Here it's Zhangjiakou. Next to go off is the 33-year-old Ma Mingtao from Beijing. It's his second Paralympic Winter Games there in Pyeongchang, up in the mountains at Alpenzia 4 years ago. And he was 10th in the long distance event. Of course, that was in the freestyle.
And the third of the Chinese competitors up now, Li Tai-yun, 26-year-old from Yunnan province in southwest China. We know that the Chinese have been training hard and successfully, but a few of them have flown under the radar. There's not a lot of results to throw a light on their chances, but we know they've all got the stamina required.
Made his Winter Games debut 4 years ago, just at 16, Wang Chenyang. Here he is again, 11th in the long distance in Pyeongchang. Best finish was 10th with the Chinese relay squad 4 years ago. Also has an 8th place finish in the World Champs. So that's for the Chinese athletes away, and we have Xu Mingyang to come. That's Paul Makuri Redolad Garcia, who was first to go, the 31-year-old, wanting to lead from the front. 88% of factored time. We'll talk you through the various sporting classifications in due course here, and Serafim Drahun of Ukraine following, and then Kjartan Haugen just a little bit further back at 47. What a career he's had, and still competitive here in a Paralympic winter final.
So we've got checkpoints around the course that help us get an overall view of how the athletes are travelling, who's making their move. And there's the factoring system, the LW8s and LW9s with a greater degree of impairment, up to LW9, 5 and 7. They're down sort of about 80% of their time is factored. 42 and 43 travelling along quite nicely. That's Drone. Still got that, he's a long, sort of lean figure. He's doing it easily, comfortably. It's this puzzle that they have to solve. How much energy to spend early, just pace it out across the full 20 Ks so that there's something left in the last lap.
Kai's gone out quickly. Kai Jayun, a 21-year-old from the host nation. They're still leaving the start gate, by the way. We've seen Iwamoto, Keiko, and the two Mongolians, Gambold, Batman, and Dashduj, Sigmid, take to the course. Xu Mingyang, and 52 here, the bib worn by Luka Tavarsky from Switzerland, 28 years of age. They call him Tabasco. He wants a bit of heat and a bit of speed here. Next, out of the gate, into the race here. This is the men's long distance classical technique in the standing category here at the para cross-country events at Beijing 2022.
Here is Nitta. We've talked about him, the influence he has on the younger athletes coming through for Japan. 3 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze at Paralympic Winter Games. 12 top 10s at World Championships. He's done it all and keeps doing it.
So Nitta away at 41, a great career. Speaking of great careers, Alexander Ayler, 52 years young, and here he is racing in another Paralympic Winter Games. Bronze with the Germans in the relay event in Pyeongchang. It's his second race, actually, here in Zhangjiakou. He unfortunately came last in the biathlon sprint event.
Kawayoke, Taiki. Ready to go. And 4 years ago, 9th in Pyeongchang, but he was only 17 years of age then, and a bit stronger, a bit more experience, and more kilometres under the skis, starting to accumulate the results to put him in our thinking today.
Well, there's a feeling that this guy is perhaps peaking at the right time. Witold Skupien is yet to make the top spot in a podium at the previous Paralympic Winter Games, all world champs, but twice a silver medalist at the Worlds, most recently in the 12.5K in Lillehammer just 8 weeks ago. It's his third Games. First appearance was at Sochi.
Mark Arends will have big expectations on himself, and Canada hoping for the best as well. The 32-year-old from Canmore, 3 gold at World Championships. He won the biathlon 15K in Pyeongchang, second at the World Championships in cross-country 2019. On his day, must be considered right up there, and we've got the field away.
Yep, they're all racing now. So our athletes starting at 30-second intervals. Factored time is an issue here. So the higher the degree of impairment, the slower the clock runs in effect. The clock is adjusted in real time and operates differently, runs differently for each skier. It makes the results for different classes comparable without compromising the impact of different types of severities of impairments on the competition here. So far so good for the Chinese racers. It's Kai operating at a 92% factored time, who leads at present, and Tavarsky has done well, the Swiss racer, to eat into the deficit.
So athletes in the LW9 category with least impairment, designed for skiers who've got an impairment in arms and legs, but have mild coordination problems in their extremities. But then into LW3 and 4, also in this race. So it's a question of degree of impairment and the time factored accordingly, as we're explaining. So I hope that's good for you. And on the right, you can see constant reminder of the factoring for each athlete. And really this system brought into play because there weren't enough competitors in individual categories to warrant races for each, so put them together and find out a way to make a level playing field, and that's how the classification system works.
That's Alexander Ehler, actually born in Kazakhstan, but a naturalised German these days, a reasonably late starter as well to the para-Nordic scene. Raced in Pyeongchang, 5th in the individual event, the men's a 7.5K in Alpenzia 4 years ago. And then we see Bib 55, Kawayoke Taiki, the young gun from Japan. He's got big shoes to fill if he wants to get up to the level of Nita Yoshihiro, and the longevity and the palmares of that distinguished Japanese skier.
Well, the 3 Chinese competitors, Tsai, Li and Ma, come through one of the early checkpoints in good time. And Ma and Tao, now they've got all 4 through in impressive style, so it's not unexpected. A few days into competition, it might have been before we got underway in Beijing and Zhangjiakou. It's very clear that China is already a force in cross-country and biathlon.
Just coming past Iwamoto Keigo there is one of our 2 Mongolians in the race. And that's the second of them, Dashdoj Sigmid, at just 20. Great to see Mongolian representation here. They have 3 athletes all told involved in these Paralympic Winter Games. Also have a para-alpine skier, but 2 in the cross-country here, Mongolia. Yes, if you head out of Zhangjiakou northwest, you hit the Mongolian border about 500 kilometers from here. An interesting part of the world, isn't it?
Yeah, Ganbol Batmunk is the other Mongolian competitor. He's 30 years of age. He's actually been the flag bearer 3 times. I just can't get it off him. He's from Ulaanbaatar, as is Sigmid. He's had a few top 20s, has Batmunk at World Championships and Paralympics.
So Tavaski there, coming past Chu Ming Yang. That's one of our home athletes, the 33-year-old Chu. It's worth noting the success China have had so far. It was a spectacular opening day here at Zhangjiakou for the home nation, with 5 medals in biathlon, 2 of them gold, and then 4 medals on the opening day of the para-cross country here 24 hours ago, including 2 gold medals. It's only the United States and Canada, the other nations on the podium actually on the opening day.
Lee Tai-yun making good progress in the tracks. You see that the skiers will step out of the tracks and adopt that sort of herringbone ascending style, and a mixture of wax applied to the skis in this classic technique for cross-country. Glide wax front and back and some grip in the middle. Put some pressure on the skis when they're going uphill. Get some grip. And Tsai Jia-yun going along nicely in prime position. His teammates aren't far behind him. Haugen of Norway has started well, as has Drahun of Ukraine.
Yeah, so we saw on the graphic there as we race with Kai. The reference there to his sporting class, LW8, denoting athletes who have moderate impairments affecting one arm. So that can be a range of issues. For example, unable to flex the elbow or fingers on one side, or have a below the elbow amputation using one ski pole only. And that's the case here with Kai, currently our race leader in the men's long distance on day 2 of the Paro cross-country events at Beijing 2022.
You'd expect through the early kilometres that they would hold their form nicely, as Tai is doing. A lot of preparation and thought goes into the type of wax supplied, depending on the conditions, the snow temperature, the air temperature. Haugen, bottom of screen there. A veteran from Oslo. Previous gold medalist in Salt Lake and Torino. And his 5th Paralympic Winter Games. With Tai. You come through the start-finish area and almost always take a look over the left shoulder at the big screen that is offering them some guide to the race progress with times up there and their opponents, their times, and see how you're travelling, as well as what the coaches offer around the course, as is happening now.
Yeah, so that was Haugen coming past the Kai. That's Kai there with 44 on his bib. And then Li Taiyun, Ma Mingtao thereafter, and Wang Chenyang. Been a good, strong start from the 4 of our 5 Chinese athletes.
So one of the 5 kilometre loops completed already by our front runners and the early starters. This is Tavaski, Switzerland.
Yeah, Tavaski in his 2nd games was there in Pyeongchang, been competing at the World Champs since Finsterau in Germany in 2017. Good to see him here back at the Winters.
He's being offered a drink on the way past. I had a little shake of my head there. Is he really being offered that rather well-known soft drink, or is it something else? It might have just been in that bottle, but it was the right colour. Anyway, they've all got their secret formula for the drinks that they like to have out on the course and in these endurance events. These tracks machine prepared. And 2 tracks obviously to allow passing.
So racing again with Ayla, the grizzled veteran from Germany. There's a difference in leg length of more than 8 centimetres due to a motorbike accident. But a real hardened competitor, and represented Germany in both the cross-country and the biathlon at the Paralympic Winters in 2018.
Kawayoke and Mark Ahrens there. Ahrens, who started a minute behind Kawayoke. Different time factoring for these two. Kawayoke 80% and Ahrens 90.
Yep, Ahrens highly fancied here to get in the medal conversation. And there he is. He's had a terrific career as well. 32 now, Mark Ahrens. Had a fabulous start to his Paralympic Winter Games career. Was there in Vancouver at home 12 years ago now. That.
Tsai Jia-yun adopting an almost a jogging style. This incline. Notable absentee is Davier of France, Benjamin Davier, 5th at the 2019 World Championships. He is here, but opting out of this one, perhaps focusing more on the freestyle events, in particular biathlon. Skupian 31 seconds down on Kawayoke through that checkpoint.
Yeah, 30 seconds down at present, I told Skupian. But a feeling that is tapering his form, ideally coming into these games with that impressive showing in Lillehammer. Most unusual, actually, that we've had a Para-Nordic world champ so close to a Paralympic Winter Games. The world champs were initially scheduled for a year ago in Lillehammer, that great winter sport venue in Norway, but had to be put back because of the pandemic, meaning that it's a high-level competition, or two high-level competitions in the space of just 8 or 9 weeks here at the start of 2022. That's Skopje with a silver medal in the 12.5K.
So one coming through, 1:06 outside his teammate Tsai at that point.
Yep, and there we see a number of our athletes coming towards the end of that finishing straight, including Wang there, 47, and then Gambol Batmunk, one of the Mongolian racers, 51, that's Xu Mingyang. 80% sporting classification for Xu, 53 there, Anita Yoshihiro, and then bringing up the rear in that shot, Xu Mingyang, there he is.
So through the 5.9K, with Tsai, then Li, two Chinese competitors. Haugen, a minute and 12 behind Tsai Jiang, but it's so early in the race, and take too much from that. What we've seen so far in earlier races, though, is that the Chinese competitors can go out hard and just maintain that pace, and they're very hard to catch. They've surprised a few here. There's Kawayoke, one of the favourites, making comfortable progress around the course at the moment.
I love what Kawayoke said. It's his reason for really trying to knuckle down and be competitive in the Para-Nordic events, after watching Nitta have so much success and get his gold medals at the 2010 Games in Vancouver. He decided that's what he was going to dedicate himself to, filling the boots of Nitta, and here they are racing against each other. Gold and bronze, by the way, for Kawayoke at the 2019 Worlds in Prince George in Canada.
He's going to come through. Kawayoke. How's that time of Aaron's going to hold up? 13:11. Could just be inside it. Indeed he is, by 8 seconds. So a promising first lap from Kawayoke. Wow, have we got a withdrawal here? We did think that Alexander Ehler was struggling. Yes, he's a veteran, but the form just wasn't there. It looked a real battle on the earlier incline we saw. It just didn't look like he had it today.
No, it's a shame, actually. He struggled as well in the biathlon event on day one, didn't he, Ehler? Finished bottom of that sprint event, but well, plenty more opportunities to be competitive here. This
shake of the head, and he's just not feeling right. Yeah. You can see the hand goes to the chest, and he may not be 100%, and a reassuring arm put around him by one of the jury and race officials. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, a sprint to come, a middle distance event as well, and the Germans, they always have a decent relay teams, don't they? So maybe there'll be better days to come for Ehler and the Germans. 46, Li Taiyun from China.
See, when the technique just breaks down a little bit, there'll be some slipping of the skis. Now that can be technique, or it can be the kick wax wearing off. 57 seconds down is Nitta. Yes, it's a problem over the endurance events, the wax holding up to do its job for the full race distance. Sometimes described as a bit of a dark art, the application and composition of the wax for these cross-country and biathlon competitors. Not so much in biathlon, but certainly in cross-country, where there's a mix of waxes applied to the ski.
Anita moving up through the field, so too Chen Yang there, almost a minute 30 down on our race leading time. That's the Shu, Ning Yang, the 5.8 outside, so good starts really across the board from our Chinese runners. And coming around the bend there, the 49, that's Ganbold Batmunk of Mongolia. Back racing with the Kawayoke Daiki.
Still got a number of days of competition, clearly, and the weather is posing a few problems. It's got so mild, it's still around just below zero as we follow Arends up in Zhangjiakou, but in the capital, Beijing, temperatures this week could get into even the low 20s, which is extraordinary for early spring. But we've been told to expect that. It's unpredictable. Of course, holding up all right today, though. So is Kawayoke.
Yeah, this venue cluster at Zhangjiakou, about 188 kilometres northwest of Beijing. One of 3 venue clusters used for events at the Winter Games and the Paralympic Winter Games. So it really is a test of the mental acuity, almost as much as the physical endurance required to get to the head of the field in the long distance races.
Kawayoke, they're taking a drink, and his team official running after to get the bottle that had been cast aside, make sure that's not a problem for following athletes. All consideration given, which is good to see. And Kawayoke now starting to make genuine impression on the Chinese competitors. Arends likewise. And unfortunately, we've got that withdrawal from Ayla. You know, they take so much pride, don't they, in just finishing a race, so it really would have hurt him to have to withdraw. Even if he didn't finish in a top 10 position, Ayla would have been wanting so badly to complete the race, and he's done the sensible thing. He was clearly distressed. Skipian. Segment from Mongolia. Ma Mingtao. So the athletes with double arm impairments, not carrying skis, can have an added challenge getting a purchase on the uphill sections. So when you kick wax, you hope is going to work for you.
Tavaski.
He enjoys that nickname of Tabasco. It's got the red uniform on. Nice
Getting fire to the ice here, isn't he?
Yeah. Ling Young. Holding form nicely.
And Shu, 8.9 down there for Chado, 8.9 inside Kai's time. Iwamoto with work to do.
The longest climb on each of the laps is 34 metres. I'm looking at a map profile of the course they're tackling, these 5 kilometres. The main part of the ascent is in the first third of the lap. So then there's opportunities just to relax a little, a few downhill sections to tuck in and get some breath back. But the majority of the climb, certainly in the first kilometre or so.
Well, there's no losing sight of him in the dark, Kjartan Haugen. That's some ski suit, isn't it? The world's most decorated winter Paralympian, by the way, is a Norwegian. Ragnhild Myklebust won 27 medals, including 22 golds in cross-country, as well as the former Paralympic sport of ice sledge racing.
Kawayoke's having a great second lap here, really putting in the big effort and extending his lead. Shortly we will have a start to our second race. These are going to overlap. It's coming in for a change of gear as Tsai stepping into a fresh pair of skis. May have felt that the first set were not waxed to maximum effect. I'll look over that left shoulder to see how much time he's lost and where he sits in the competition. It's the vision impaired race, not far away from starting. Thanks for a slightly chaotic scene as the two races go simultaneously, but it gets the job done efficiently too.
So, Cai Jiayun then for China. Still really competitive at the head of the field. Without Skupian from Poland. To bring it for the Europeans. We've had Germany on the podium in biathlon, Ukraine on the podium in biathlon. But, the Europeans want to do something in the cross-country, and this is perhaps an opportunity for the Skupian.
And another of the Chinese athletes coming in for a change, Li Taiyun. It's interesting to look at the breakup of the field. Got 11 countries and 17 competitors, and 10 of them from the Asian region, China, Mongolia and Japan. Made me think of it, as you mentioned, Poland and Europe through Skupian. Really a strong representation in this part of the world.
Yeah, 5 Chinese athletes alone in this race. They're 33 strong, actually, the Chinese, the Para-Nordic squad. Really knuckled down and taken their athletes to the Nordic training base.
Well, here is the scene back at the start gate as the vision impaired field gets ready. 8 competitors lining up from 8 different countries. There is the field. Ariasu to lead them off. Shu to represent China. Oksal, Norway. Inola, Finland. Grabowski of Poland. Then Adakov of the United States. Moden of Sweden. And the great Brian McKeever, at 42 years young, says it'll be his last Paralympic Winter Games. Here is Sebastian Moden. And at 27, he is something of a veteran. This is his 4th Paralympic Winter Games. And his guide is Emil Jonsson Haag.
Yeah, this is where it all gets interesting with them out on the course. It really does. So we'll endeavour to keep you abreast of proceedings. 2 races simultaneously, but of course this VI, the vision impaired category, really will be a question of can McKeever do it 20 years into his winter Paralympic career. So, Ariyasu Ryohei away first for Japan, the 35-year-old. Actually born in San Francisco, but now a naturalized Japanese, lives in Chofu, away first in the VI long distance.
'29-year-old Shu He from Tangshan took up the sport 5 years ago. On his way, he's also dabbled in para-athletics, coached by Fu Changshan. So most of the Chinese Nordic skiers. Being pursued by Thomas Oxal.
Yeah, 8 races going in this this VI event for the men.
Here's the Finn, Inki Inola.
Yeah, Finland next out. It's 23, Inki Inola. And that's his guide, Yaritepo Huta. So 23 from Lokka in Finland. Another Paralympic winter experience. He was there in Pyeongchang, 10th in the long distance event.
This veteran 48-year-old Peter Grabowski of Poland. 4 top 10s in Pyeongchang in cross country and 8 at World Championships 2017, 19 and 21. He's been around a while. Can he put that experience to good use today? Most of them are just used to seeing the back of Brian McKeever, it has to be said. But here's Jake Adikoff, not without his chances.
Yeah, Jake from Sun Valley, Idaho, 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. Started out in Sochi, and, on the podium at the end of the middle distance event in Pyeongchang. Silver medalist, but he had an excellent world champs. 3 times on the podium, a gold, a silver and bronze.
Sebastian Modin. He's been a stalwart at Paralympic Games. I say that at 27, he began his Paralympic Winter Games career as a 15-year-old. This is his 4th Winter Games. So he's 15 in Vancouver. He's had 3 silver and 2 bronze in previous games. He was bronze medalist in the long distance in Sochi 2014.
Now then, what about this guy? Just the 13 golds in Paralympic Winter Games, dating back 20 years, all the way back to Salt Lake City 2002. And the world champs as well. He's absolutely blitzed it down the years. Brian McKeever, he's a legend in Paralympic winter sport from Canmore. Born in Calgary, the heartland of the Canadian winter sports scene.
He's right on the back of the skis of his guide here. He takes 2 guides off him because he wears them out. He's so quick. He's got Russell Kennedy and Graham Nishikawa if needed. As you mentioned, the 13 gold, 17 gold at World Championships. Back to the long distance standing. And the standings they're in.
Yes, so just to keep you fully up there with proceedings out on the track here at Zhangjiakou, we have 2 races being run simultaneously. The men's long distance, the classical technique in the standing category, and the men's long distance classical technique in VI. That's vision impaired, and we have a couple more races as well to bring you on this 3rd day of the Para-Nordic competition at Beijing 2022. We the women's long distance standing in the women's VI as well.
Kawayoke, we saw his lead is nearly out to a minute, coming in for a gear change. That's Wang Chenyang. Nothing wrong with the skis, though, for Kawayoke. He's gobbling up this course. And at 21, what a talent we're seeing. A very strong start made by the Chinese contingent, but Kawayoke starting to take control of the race.
That's Wang Chenyang. And indeed, decisions to be made in terms of that wax application that you've mentioned. And one or two occasions, part of the race the management at China. Still doing the business here. But looking good for Kawayoke Taiki of Japan at present.
Just down into that tuck position. Get some more oxygen into the lungs. The shortest of reprieves, but make the most of it. It's the elbows on the thighs. Sets off once more. It's not just the wax kind of wearing off the skis, but the conditions themselves can change. And the support teams are constantly thinking and working out what's the best to be giving their athlete. Here's a sharpish climb, and Kawayoke has got the goods to tackle it strongly still. A little bit of a shoulder roll, but he's still holding his form primarily. Quite different technique from Arends, isn't it? 22 seconds to the good of Tsai. See how there's really no snow away from the course. Batmuk from Mongolia coming through.
Yeah, so the race leaders at present have hit the 13.5k mark. We've got 20 kilometres all in. This is the long distance event, because our cross-country athletes, our para-biathlete racers compete over the sprint distance, the speed distance, middle distance, and here the long distance events, and in cross-country there'll be a pair of relays as well on the final day of competition.
50 seconds the lead now for Kawayoke, in frame in our picture, holding his cadence well. The skis are doing the job at the moment for the young Japanese. Probably the first person he'll want to embrace if he can hold this together for the rest of the distance would be Nitta Yoshihiro, six-time Paralympian and hero for Kawayoke. But that moment is a long way off. Has he gone out too hard, too early?
Yep, taking on a bit of fuel as we return to the VI race. Jake Adikoff has made a good start for the United States.
Garbowski climbing this early hill. There's quite a few of them, as we've mentioned. And this is Wang in the standing race. He's well down on our leaders now, particularly Kawayoke. Briefly saw Iwamoto there in the background, 48 for Japan.
A bib 53.
Snitter going through. And you see how important it is to have the two sets of tracks as faster skiers come through, and we've got two races underway at the same time. There's Redela Garcia of Spain, who was first out of the gate in the classic standing race. Continues his journey, as does Marc Arentz of Canada.
Yeah, Paul there, first out of the gate. Arentz of Canada last out of the gate. So out on the course with Brian McKeever, his great colleague in the Canadian squad. And, two guys as well from the Maple Leaf Nation who are going for medals in their respective events here as well. So Serafim Drahun there of Ukraine.
Just a boy in a man's race, isn't he, really, at 16? But already has the technique.
And then Tavaski. Around about 11th place at the midway point. 340 down, so provisional 6th here.
Good 50. Dashtoj Segmet of Mongolia. It's really only been cross-country skiing in the last 4 years. Formerly involved in horse riding. Here comes Kui Meng Yang.
Yeah, challenge to maintain the technique. The deeper we get into this race, and to keep those knees high. Keep that traction, keep skiing effectively as the limbs start to burn in the latter part of this race. Up at the 15k mark, it's Kai Jae-yun and Kjartan Haugen thereafter, who look like they're going to be the first finishers with a reference time.
Kawayoke just into that herringbone style either side of the tracks. That was interesting to observe. His style, once he's into the ascent, then he steps out beside the tracks, where the first few strides was either side of the tracks. But he knows exactly what he's doing. He is our race leader and doing it very well. Got some endurance and his very own style. Different ways to get it done. I love watching the way the athletes work it out. Yeah.
There for the Chinese. So 5 from China in this race, 33 all told, competing in the cross-country and biathlon here at their home circuit in the Zhangjiakou Mountains. This National Biathlon Centre has produced some great stories, some great moments in the Winter Games, and here at the Paralympic Winter Games. We've got a week stretching out of terrific competition, by the way, in the cross-country and the biathlon. After this particular session, the cross-country takes a break for 24 hours. It's biathlon next up on the programme in 24 hours time, before the next cross-country races, which will be the sprint races in 48 hours, and then the middle distance towards the end of the programme, and then to round off the cross-country here in Beijing 2022, it'll be the mixed and open relays.
Kawayoke, which looks to be the man of steel at the moment. Good run in the skis. Plenty of energy left in the legs. Plenty of oxygen in the lungs. You probably heard it mentioned that this is a very high altitude for Nordic skiing, over 1,500 meters, and they're more used to something under 1,000. It makes a significant difference to the available oxygen. The air's quite thin. Breeze is down today, back around from the west, not much of it. Conditions are good, but it's also taking away the snow from the surrounding slopes. We've removed it all, as you can see. it's artificial snow, which does present a little differently to the natural snow. The athletes are used to it. They get a mixture of both around the world at the various competitions that they go to, and they're allowed to.
Zhu Mingyang, 80% factored time. So 33.16.2 at 12.3 kilometres. Fighting it out with Kai, that battle within the Chinese squad. And then racing briefly with Dashdoj Sigmik, the Mongolian. He was 10th at the Lillehammer World Champs, just at 20 years of age. Fascinating, isn't it, to see the spread of ages in these cross-country and biathlon events, 50-somethings all the way down to teenagers. Shoot.
They come through various checkpoints that give you a misleading picture. It looks like he's briefly in the lead, but that's because Kawayoke has not come through that particular checkpoint. But here he is, about to pass Ma Mingtao.
I think that guy coming from behind there is doing quite well.
The lead is extending. He just looks like he's so primed for this race. He is giving it everything. A little slip there, and that can be fatigue. Well, as we mentioned, the breakdown in the wax, but you'll know. It's getting... get that out of the way. That's okay. Slight moment of chaos. All good now. Very mindful of keeping it a fair competition for everybody. I don't want any stray bottle left in the track. It's not going to happen. Mark Arendts, factor of 90%. How's he feeling? Very careful, efficient style that he brings to it. Served him well.
Canadian flag bearer at the closing ceremony of the 2018 Paralympic Winter Games in Pyeongchang. He's a big star. Back in his homeland is Mark Arendts, the first Canadian athlete, by the way, to win 6 medals at a single edition of the Paralympic Winter Games, with a gold, 2 silvers and 3 bronzes in both the biathlon and cross-country at Pyeongchang.
Jayun there holding it together nicely. Still good technique. Arendts coming through. He's just outside that time of Sai as they come through the main stadium area where the biathlon shooting range is also located. Doubling up is the National Biathlon Centre for both biathlon and cross-country for the Paralympic Winter Games. Told Skupian. So 13 top 10s at World Championships.
Yeah, it can be a lonely place out there at times, can't it? At the far reaches of the loop.
Kawayoke wants to be as lonely as possible, just leave them all behind him. Of course, he's going to catch other athletes and pass them. But at the moment, no one is matching his pace, his rhythm, his determination. Unless he hits some kind of mental and physical wall. Time to see him being beaten. Classic champion, 19 World Championships.
Yeah, going really well still here. Kawayoke, Taiki.
Didn't mean to do that. Now that's not great. He's throwing away his headband and he's getting too hot. But he's left it in the way of a following skier. I hope the course official comes on and removes that. It's either a neck warmer or a headband. I can't be sure of which, but it needs to get off the course. It's right in the way. I won't be pleased with him for doing that.
Well, Ren's off the podium at present, but only by 4 or so seconds. He'll be reasonably confident of making that up the deeper we get into this race. Kai up at the head of the field has come through 17.5 kilometres.
See what Kawayoke's doing there? He's looking at the big screen, seeing what sort of a lead he has over whom. Sometimes the board can take a bit of reading, and if they've actually got up there at the moment the other race, the vision impaired, then it won't be much help to him at all, except to confirm perhaps that McKeever's probably winning.
So Nitta, 4 years ago in Pyeongchang, with the gold medal for Japan, that in the 10K. Also in this standing class. The camera hasn't picked out Nitta too much. Instead, it's been his compatriot here, Kawayoke Taiki, who's running a splendid race.
Getting a lung full of instructions and encouragement from the team. As he tucks in once more.
So, Kai, 92% of his real time. That'll be his finishing time. It's paying due respect to the sort of equalisation processes. Bringing all our competitors with their various different impairments towards something of a level playing field, really. It's a set of complicated formulas that do that, but necessary formulas to equalise out the field, if you will.
4 laps of 5Ks. The actual lap length is 4,802 metres, so a little bit shy of the full 20Ks. Don't think the skiers will mind that. Mind you, when you look at the conditions, there couldn't be a better day to go racing. Mild temperature, very little wind. The snow, not quick. With this right-hander and then steep climb to tackle next. Slips straight back into the tracks. Bringing it home pretty strongly. Might be taking a few seconds out of some others.
Clive from Jiaotong didn't have to go too far to join up with the national para squad and that intensive training camp. 55 days of it in preparation for the Paralympic Winter Games here in Heilongjiang province, under the influence of coach Zhu Dewen, whose charges have really delivered so far in the Nordic events here at Beijing 2022, but set to be outdone here, as things stand at the moment, by the 21-year-old Japanese.
Tsai Jia-yun now having a look off to the left, see the situation. Up this last little climb. Holding it together well. And has got a little bit left too. Really big effort. As he'll be just down to the line. Tsai Jia-yun will post a time to beat. 54.5 minutes. There we go, 54.27. He's done.
Agony.
Yeah.
But what a race from Tsai Jia-yun. So the real time, 59.11.9, but because of that 92% factored time, that gives him 54.27.7, which is our reference here. Give that man a hug.
Well, such are their powers of recovery. The heart rate will be dropping quite quickly. Yeah, the legs will be burning, but he knows he's somehow got to get himself out of the way of those finishing behind him, including Li Tai-yuan. He's still got a bit to do.
Yeah, so that's another Chinese racer here, Ma Ming-tao.
Yep.
Yeah.
Clubhouse leader.
Chun-yan. Being told just where he is, what he can still do in what's left of the race. 56 is Little Skupian from Poland. He's a couple of minutes behind the time of Kawayoke.
Yeah, 1:44 in fact. So a lot to do here.
Another finish in the form of Garten Haugen in 59.29. So he's about 5 minutes behind Tsai Jia-yun of China. So two have completed.
Yeah, I'm going to see the next over the line in Li Tai-yun. As we get a broader sense of the reference times here, as our later finishers complete the racing. The end of this 20K, this grueling, aggressive slog that requires powers of endurance and stamina and the mental strength as well.
Hu Mingyang is coming up behind Redelad Garcia of Spain.
So our next finisher, Li Tai-yun, 56.47. That's over 2 minutes, 2:19 down on Kai, but pushes Haugen down into third place at present.
Just slots in between Tsai and Haugen. Just three across the line so far. Started with 17. We've had that one withdrawal, Alexander Oehler of Germany, so hopefully we'll have 16 finish the race. Will they all be looking at this man's time as the one to beat and that can't be beaten? It's Kawayoke still getting it done. Just absolutely attacking this climb. It's like he's found another effort.
Yeah, he's really feeling it here. Is Kawayoke Taiki. Comes past the Spanish racer, Paul Mercuri Redolad Garcia. And then just up ahead, bib 51, that's Xu Mingyang. But Kawayoke, he looks so determined, doesn't he?
Well, such an athlete. I'm just amazed and impressed by his stamina and speed. And his aggression across the full race distance. Just goes and goes. There's a bit of a breakdown there for him in technique, but gets it back together quickly. Got to be feeling some fatigue, and the decision making can deteriorate with that fatigue. And the legs don't quite do what you ask of them. Fill up with all the wrong chemicals. He's still too good at this stage, though. Kawayoke.
Comes past Xu Mingyang. And of course it hurts, but he looks in control. He really does. 53 and 57 there. That's Nita Yoshihiro. And Mark Arendz still going well, and well in the hunt for a podium spot here. Arendz, it would be his second of these games.
Just a gentle breeze making its way across the complex at Zhangjiakou. Said that, parts of the course, it sounds like there might be a bit more. They go whistling across the microphones, but the flags in the stadium, not too much going on there. And looking for a way past is Arendz. He's a bit blocked here. Now, this is not ideal. He's slot in there behind Nita. As they get past one of the vision impaired skiers, that being Poland's Peter Gobowski. And that was the second or two he couldn't afford to lose. But here he comes into the finish area, and another slip or two from Kawayoke. He does look like he's hurting now, but the finish line is not too far away.
It really isn't. 54.27.7 the time. He's comfortably inside at the moment.
Arendz is going to be outside the timer tie, but better than Lee. So Arendz on your left there. 53 Nita. And Arendz 16 seconds outside Sai, so into second position he goes.
Well, looking good for another spot on the podium here, Mark Arendz of Canada. Already a bronze in the sprint event in biathlon. And the Paralympic Winter Games success story set to continue. Mark Arendz of Canada, but here comes the man we expect to carry off the gold.
Try and get the athletes out of the way of the finishers. But Kawayoke Taiki is coming down into the finish area. That's Nita.
Yep.
That is a very low crouch. He's still got the flexibility and the strength in the knees. This is a nice time to relax. And if he's sensing that he's got this race well won, I wonder what the thoughts might be right now. He cannot let his mind drift from the process. He's relaxing a little longer than he might otherwise.
Freewheeling at home here, isn't he, Kawayoke Taiki? You mentioned it earlier, the opportunity to look at the big screen and sort of gauge where you are and what you need to do, and to what extent you can lift your foot off the pedal.
Yeah, if he thinks and knows he's got it by a minute, then he's just really enjoying the moment. And here he comes. Kawayoke has made these skis sing to his tune.
So 49.4 with just a short distance to go here to bring it home for Japan. Kawayoke Taiki, that reference time, Kai Jia-yun's 54.27. And at the last checkpoint, Kawayoke had, well, a minute 30 on that.
Just chasing Kui Mingyang at the moment. Just the energetic style that he's been able to maintain throughout the race. It's been too much for the opposition. Incredibly fit. He's just developed a super efficient style. Another moment to relax and get set for the last surge. Not in any great hurry to get past Kui Mingyang.
So Tavaski will finish 6:42 behind Kai, down in 6th place as things stand now, the Swiss. So another who has really given everything.
As he thoughtfully moves himself well away from that finish line before collapsing to the snow. And here we go. A stellar moment for Japan and for Kawayoke Taiki at 21. Is he to be a Paralympic Winter Games champion in cross country? It certainly looks like it. He's absolutely flying to the line.
54.27, the time of Kai. Kawayoke has it, and then some. Brilliant performance from start to finish by Kawayoke. It's going to be a gold medal here for Japan in the men's long distance in para cross country. A fabulous performance, he knows, and by over a minute 30 in the final shake-up from Kai Jia-yun. We have further finishes to come, of course we do, but Kawayoke is the king.
And who was that came over to assist him? Kai Jia-yun. That's the kind of sporting spirit we love about these games. Very generous gesture. A nod to the champion from the runner-up. I don't think your Paralympic moments get much better than that. Nor for this man.
Xu Mingyang's 54.29. That's pushed Mark Arentz off the podium. It's Japan, China and China. As we see Paul Redolad Garcia coming in 12 minutes behind the leading time at 1:05, 1:14 all in, but with the factored time that makes it 1:05. Our 9th finisher, but he's the man, Kawayoke Taiki. It was Nita Yoshihiro for Japan, winning the gold 4 years ago. Here in Beijing, though, it's Kawayoke Taiki. Skupien. Hasn't happened for him today. The Pole had an excellent world champs, but sometimes the stars don't align, and I'm afraid that's happened today for Witold Skupien.
Serafim Drahun of Ukraine off to the left there. Whoops, watch out. They didn't have an eye for what was happening behind them, and they should have.
Coming in 5:40 down into 7th place. 2 more finishes, Batman being one of them.
Mongolian into 11th place. Meantime, Kawayoke is strolling around. He's got his breath back. He's really soaking up this moment on the left there, draped in the rising sun. Looks like there just should be 3 to come in now to complete this race. Turn our attention to Vision Impaired, standing long distance. Skupien coming in. Not his best day, perhaps. But still a top 5.
Yeah, past the 55-minute mark. 54.29 was the bronze mark of Xu Mingyang. So it'll be 5th here for Skupien at 2:30 down. Well,
he's probably thinking, I've given it everything. How did Kawayoke beat me by that much? Well, he's a young star, Kawayoke, and the feeling you get from a performance like that is, well, the world's his oyster in terms of future cross-country success. Another day, just misses out on a medal. Skupien in 5th place. Ilmoto and Segmed perhaps still out on the course, but there are your standings.
So Japan win the men's long distance standing classic with Kawayoke Taiki, and another 2 medals for China, a silver and bronze. That takes their Nordic haul to 11 here at these games. But no peace or rest for the wicket. We're going to turn our attentions now to the VI race. There was a brief overlap, but no surprise to see McKeever, the big favourite, throwing it down here for the Canadians.
Yeah, mentioned at the top those 13 Paralympic Winter Games gold medals, and he's unbeatable in form, and he's really not in form. 13 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze at Paralympic Winter Games, 17 gold at World Championships. That's going back to 2003 in cross country. He's dabbled in biathlon, but really this is his preferred style, preferred event. And Russell Kennedy leading him. He was often guided by his brother Robin, who's a successful coach these days.
Yeah, absolutely sensational career. It's Adikov and Zhu thereafter in the men's VI race. 3 categories here, B1, B2 and B3. McKeever, as we see Zhu's time there, 37. And Modin just moving into the frame, actually. Modin, who had a poor day in the biathlon sprint event, the first day of the Nordic competitions here at Beijing 2022. And it really hurting Modin. Led out by his guide Emil Jonsson Haag.
So a little loudspeaker on the belt at the rear of the guide to call the instructions to Sebastian. Go back, catch McKeever. Well, you know you've made it when you feature in a Super Bowl ad, which is what was the case for the McKeever brothers. Oh, goodness, he's down. That's Adikoff. Yes.
Difficult moment there for Jake Adikoff. Great correction, though. So up quickly and in that standing position again. And no doubt the calming words of the guide there, Sam Wood, will be a factor in getting Adikoff's mind and head straight in the race again. Currently second behind Brian McKeever.
Really only would have lost 3 or 5 seconds there, I would think.
So another long distance race this for our visually impaired athletes. We've got the women's and men's races to come in the standing and the VI categories. It can get a little bit hectic when you get 2 races running simultaneously out on the track, but now we're concentrating solely on the men's visually impaired here.
So racing at Zhangjiakou started an hour and 50 minutes ago. Beg your pardon, 15, what am I saying? Yeah, an hour, nearly an hour and a half. So it's a busy scene. But this is when the officials earn their keep as well, making sure everything runs smoothly. Just once or twice there's been a little bit of a traffic jam out on the course. The athletes having to navigate their way through 65 is Grabowski.
Grabowski turning his attentions to the cross country. He was down the order in the biathlon sprint event. So racing with a bib 62, Zhu Hai for China. And, well, they're lifting up the level of everyone else in terms of the Chinese Nordic squad here. 2 more medals in the standing race just completed. And Zhu Hai here with his guide Diao Xingguo. Modin.
Inola. Inki Inola is from Finland.
Beg your pardon, Inki Inola there from Finland.
And you know he's got some endurance, having won a 5,000 metres at the National Athletic Championships just last year. But he's well down on the time of McKeever. Look at the sheer number of victories and medals, McKeever, and wonder if anyone will ever eclipse the tally.
A crazy run of success, and to maintain it for so long as well. First was in the Salt Lake Games of 20 years ago, a silver in the long distance there for McKeever, and he's just kept up the level through Torino and Vancouver. That was a big deal at those home games in Whistler 12 years ago now, and Sochi and Pyeongchang, where there were 3 gold medals for McKeever.
This is Ariyasu Ryohei. Competed in rowing at the Paralympics in Tokyo last year. Took up skiing to improve his.
Well, that's difficult. Ariyasu Ryohei, just too much speed into that corner and the right-hander, and a hefty fall there, which costs him time. A difficult race already for Ariyasu Ryohei and his guide Fujita Yuhei. Down the order, I'm afraid, as well as the Norwegian Thomas Oxall and his guide Ole Martin Lid.
Back with Adikov.
So they're past the 15k mark, but Adikov with way too much time to make up here on McKeever, who is just going to coast it and bring it home unless something absolutely disastrous happens in the final kilometres of this race. And Grabowski there of Poland, Grabowski, that's at 12.3, down the order as well, behind Modin, but ahead of Ariasu and Oxor. It really is a procession up at the front of this race for Brian McKeever.
Through the stadium they come, and the guide can have a look up at the big scoreboard and see how the race lies. But for Grabowski, a significant margin between him and McKeever. And that's exactly what the guide's doing, just giving the story back to Grabowski. Here's where we sit. Let's see what we can do. Coming through 15 Ks, so another 5 to be done.
Over 8 minutes off the pace. Now Modin of Sweden. 13.5 K, the last checkpoint for Modin. And his guide. Second race of these games for the Swede after his participation in the biathlon sprint event.
His best result in a comparative race, perhaps the silver medal at the 2017 World Championships over the longer distance. 3 silver and 2 bronze in previous Paralympic Winter Games. McKeever and Russell Kennedy.
Just over 2k to go then, and start this golden goodbye at Beijing 2022 in the best possible way for the champion Canadian Brian McKeever. Always the big favourite, but it's one thing being installed as a favourite, it's something else entirely delivering on race day, but that is something that Brian McKeever has been accustomed to over the last 2 decades of phenomenal success.
He has an interesting perspective on the medals. He said, well, the medals are fine, it's nice. He said, but what I really am setting out to do is just train as hard as I can, do what I have to do to race well. And it seems to him that the medals are just a byproduct of what he really focuses on. And that's the training, that's the technique, that's the preparation of mind and body for race day. And he's done that so successfully over so many years. Yes, Salt Lake, you mentioned 20 years ago, and numerous world championships. So 30 medals, if you add them together, that are gold from world and Paralympic success. And this will be medal number 31 and Paralympic Winter Gold number 14 if he just brings it home from here. And he's talking openly about this being perhaps the end of the journey, these games. He's probably thought that before, so we won't say for sure, as only he knows, but he's thinking about it.
Well, in the absence of McKeever at the recent World Champs in Lillehammer, it was Jake Adikov who stepped into the breach. But the Canadian para-Nordic athletes didn't compete, actually, in Lillehammer. They elected not to send a squad, wanted to just reduce the chances of anyone getting COVID, as the focus was solely on these Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing. So Adikov, on the back of his first world title in Lillehammer, guided by Sam Wood, actually picked up a medal of each colour at those World Champs. Won the middle distance race. Going to be on the podium here, but some way adrift of Brian McKeever.
Adikoff, software engineer. Took a couple of years off, back again. A lot of athletes make that choice, don't they, to freshen up. McKeever. And the hair just graying a little, but the desire and the fitness as good as ever. One of those athletes, doesn't matter what the conditions are that they're facing, greater altitude, different kind of snow, he's prepared. Athletes in the Nordic cross-country events through both sets of games have been seeking, when it's available, to do some high-altitude training, because here we are at over 1,500 metres. Here's a bit thin. See there, McKeever just reaching forward to touch the stock of his guide. That's fine, as long as he's not getting a toe. He's just making sure he doesn't get a poke in the face.
Important not to underestimate the role these guys play. Of course, they get medals too.
Back now with Inola. And his guide, Yaritapong Uta. Change of skis there for Ariyasu. They just feel that the wax has broken down, or the conditions have... He's given the knee a bit of a twist there. Hope he's all right. He's shaking it out. It's an awkward moment.
And the lead is increased. Adikoff down to almost 3 minutes behind McKeever's mark here. So it's going to be one of the more comfortable victories in this long, illustrious, distinguished, medal-laden career of Brian McKeever. There he is. Bib 68, 42 years young. Still not the oldest in this race, by the way. Still 6 years the junior of the Pole Grabowski.
One of the teammates taking photos on the way past to record another victory. How many photos of victories are there for McKeever? The only sort available, I think, as he makes races his own time after time. A true great of his chosen sport.
Yep, 3 times a world champion in biathlon. Never got to the top spot of the podium in the Winter Paralympic Games in biathlon. It's been the cross country that has really brought the best out of Brian McKeever of Canada. Comes in for another wonderful victory, another accomplished display.
Just steps out and probably wants to ski past his guide here. He's got plenty left as McKeever comes down towards the finish. He's just too good every time.
He really is the most decorated male Paralympic cross-country skier of all time. Launches the golden goodbye here in Beijing 2022. It will be a 14th Paralympic Winter Games gold medal for Brian McKeever. He has absolutely bossed this men's long-distance classic.
He's almost apologetic.
VI race.
Almost apologetic with yet another victory. So, well, this is how it's done. And there's no lack of humility. It's just a statement of how things are for this man. As a Paralympic victory number 14 goes in the books.
And coming in for what will be a silver medal is Jake Adikoff. By the way, Inola has moved up onto the podium above Zhu of China. So Finland on course here for a medal. And Adikoff with his guide Sam Wood. And a great world champs.
The Americans, you know, they get hold of those stars and stripes and always turn it into a good uniform. So we got a problem, of course, there for the Chinese competitor Zhu He, and that's where he's lost some time. And past him goes Inola. It's a very smart strip, isn't it? That USA one. Adikoff coming in minutes outside the time of McKeever, but setting himself up for a silver medal finish. Adikoff.
And another silver after his middle distance second place in Pyeongchang. Jake Adikoff, Oksana Masters with a silver medal on day one of the para cross-country skiing in the women's events. It's going to be another silver for the United States. And Jake Adikoff here. Over 3 minutes down on McKeever's time, but still a heck of an effort from Adikoff.
Yeah, his guide Sam Wood steps out of the way to give it an open run to the line for the exhausted Adikoff. Good job, he says. Absolutely. There's no shame in finishing behind the great McKeever, who steps out to congratulate him. He's had those mutton chops going for a long time, McKeever. It's his look.
You guys maintain kick the whole way? This looks like a good call.
So Modin.
Vänster, brett, väldigt brett, vänster, 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 två från vänster, vänster, två, spår,
Nearly there. So 58.54, the time of Adikoff.
Modin just reaches for the ski of the guide. The other reason to do it is that at this pace, downhill, right-handing here, it's a safety thing as much as anything. Now, Inola coming across the line into third place. Points to the sky. Good job.
Inola totally spent the best part of 3 minutes after Adikoff's time. And then Zhu outside the medals at 6:40 behind McKeever. So still to finish, Kabowski, Modin, Ariyasu.
It's a big improvement from Inola, isn't it? It was 10th in the long distance 4 years ago, up into the medals. That's a significant improvement. Should be well proud of that. Young man from Norway at 23, so only 19 in Pyeongchang. Still maturing. This is a great result for Finland. Modin pressed in one of the final rises. Can't stress enough, really, the time given by guides to train with and work with their skier. It's a huge commitment. I mean, not only do they have to be at least as good a skier as the competitor, but listening to Moden's guide there, Emil Jonsen-Haag, he's got to have the energy and the oxygen to keep calling the instructions and the encouragement.
Yeah, so not long to go now for Modin and his guide. But Scandinavia being led by the Finns in Inela with that time of 1:01.34 in the bronze medal position. Just positive thinking now, just to bring it home for Modin and Sweden. Ariascu and Grabowski of Japan and Poland elsewhere have had really difficult races. That is Ariascu running at 1:05, nearly 1:05.30 here for the Japanese. That's 10 minutes behind the finishing time of Brian McKeever, our race winner. But a finish is a big deal in these Paralympic Winter Games. Modin at 55.46. 58.54, by the way, is the time of the second place finisher at present, Adikov, and Modin is given just about everything here.
He looks like he's really suffering now.
What has he got left here?
Not too much. Just a little update. We didn't actually have a start today from Thomas Oksana in the region. He was not able to take the start line. We got back to 7 starters in this vision impaired long distance race.
On the downhill, that's the moment to just take the pressure off a bit. Just push into the snow and use the hill to pick up a bit of speed.
Comes Grabowski, who's man in the field at 48. And his guide, Jakub Twardowski.
So over 10 minutes down on McKeever, but over the line and a finish that will add to the accomplishments of the Pole, Grabowski, 106.7. That puts him in 5th place at the moment, with Modin and Ariascu still to finish here.
Generous encouragement from his guide, Peter Grabowski. At 48, I wonder if this is his last Paralympic Winter Games. It's a hard thing to separate yourself from your chosen sport at this, or any level really. It's such a big part of your life. It's hard for it not to define who you are. And I'm sure he's got other interests, and he'll have a chance to pursue those if he decides that this is it. Move on to another Paralympic sport. A lot of them do. But here's Modin. Jonsen-Haag.
Well, if he can get in the mid 101s, then there's an opportunity to put pressure on Inela's time in the bronze medal spot at the moment for Finland. But he really has tired and faded a bit over the last couple of kilometres of this race, is Modin of Sweden.
And it doesn't look like there's a huge amount of energy passing from body to the end of the stock as he pushes towards home. He has given it all out there. And perhaps it's the altitude. It certainly found out a few people in the endurance events in the last few weeks in Zhangjiakou.
Plenty of encouragement for the last push from the coaches, as well as Emil Jonsen-Haag, that guide, just up ahead. And Modin in the slipstream.
Momodin and Ariyasu of Japan still out on the course. And the finish approaching for the Swede.
So 55.36, the time of McKeever. Adikov at 58.54. Inela 101.34. So Modin will push for the line here.
Yeah, should just about make it. I thought that Inela might hold on to that bronze medal position, but now it's absolutely under threat from Modin, who's pushing through the pain. He's a bronze medalist over the long distance event in Sochi. And might just do it again here.
Well, he has.
Yeah, he will.
Brilliant pickup in the pace. Modin pushes Inela down into 4th place.
Big smile on the face of the guide as he looks up to the big screen and realizes that they have done it. That's a 3rd. Oh, and that makes the pain rather worth it, I'm sure, for Modin, who looked to be struggling over the last few Ks. But he has dug especially deep.
Good race.
Inela comes over to congratulate him. And McKeever also. How many times have these men raced against each other?
Tough call out there. Good job. Good strong guys. Good. It's a hot, heavy day, I think.
A couple more nations on the podium on the second day of the para cross country.
It wasn't privately passed, that was the first time. What a lucky guy. They're double pulling. Good guy.
Nice to catch a bit of that chat. The warm regard they hold for each other. Talk about race conditions, and it's just lovely to hear. It just sort of normalises everything. Ariyasu, the last to come in. He's had a couple of problems today. Stumble here and there, change of skis. The job is nearly done.
Yeah, already been a spectacular day of success for Japan with Kawayoke Taiki's win in the standing.
Ariyasu, as mentioned, born in the United States. Moved to Japan at a young age. Just 5 years old when the family moved back to Japan.
And important for Ariyasu to get a finish here. He mentioned the issues he's had earlier in the race with a change of skis, a couple of slips as well. The para rower for Japan pitted at the Summer Paralympics last year in the mixed Cox 4 in the PR3 category. And, I don't know the meaning of taking a little bit of time off during the winter sports season. He made a mission to be competitive in the para cross-country skiing. And here he is finishing an Olympic final, Ariyasu Ryohei, for Japan.
The skis find the tracks for one last time for Ariyasu. And will push it home as hard as he can. He can hear the support coming his way as the final competitor makes it down to the line. He feels the cross-country training will make him stronger in both sports, both rowing and skiing. And Ariyasu down to the line to finish the race. For the vision impaired, standing.
We have our finishers then. McKeever, Adikov, Modin, Inela, Shu, Gabowski and Ariyasu. Confirmation of the medals. They go to Canada, the United States and Sweden. McKeever, the magical champion Canadian, has won again his 14th Paralympic Winter Games gold. Well, more racing to come, as we see confirmation of the first race on the second day of the para cross-country skiing at Beijing 2022, and that was a gold medal for Japan. A brilliant wire-to-wire win for Kawayoke Taiki with China. 2 more medals, the silver and bronze there. Recognition ceremonies on the way as well before the women get out onto the racetrack. Some great moments there. Recognition ceremonies on the way here in the venue at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre.
What a day. What a day to do it. Clear skies, very mild temperatures. And the emergence of a real star in Kawayoke Taiki. So we started with a field of 17. We had The couple who couldn't quite complete the journey, Alexander Ehler of Germany and Dashtoj Sekmid of Mongolia, but completing the journey in style, these three men.
Well, this race was all about East Asia, wasn't it? China, 2 and 3. Top of the pile, Japan. And Kawayoke Daiki picking up the baton from Nita Yoshihiro.
We're trying to floor manage the position of the athletes. It's not easily done. This is a new thing, really, this recognition ceremony. It's a nice little acknowledgement of our place getters. 54 minutes, 29.7 seconds, the factored time for Cui Mingyan.
Para cross country, the medals 5 and 6 here for Japan. Shu with the bronze. Silver, Kai Jae-yun, who was at 143 behind the race winner.
He's a bubbly character, isn't he? He loves the stage, the occasion, the race, and his teammates and opposition. Very warm reception he gave Kawayoke as he came in to claim the victory. He mixes energy with technique.
Six Nation on the podium in the Para-Nordic events here at Beijing 2022. Japan and Kawayoke Daiki.
It's clearly new to them, the process. So where do I go next? Well, we'll make room for the next recognition ceremony, which should be for visually impaired race we've just witnessed.
Nice work. Yeah. Ah. You guys get posted up? I don't know what the hell's going on. Sorry. Hi, congrats. Good work. Hey, nice. Thanks, just waiting for here for a moment. Okay.
Recognition ceremony for the men's long distance classic technique, vision impaired. surprises here, with the victory going to Brian McKeever. Jake Adikoff and Sebastian Moden of the United States and Sweden, respectively, in second and third.
Well, he's been here before, hasn't he? Just a bit. McKeever. So knows what it's all about. Takes this very much in his stride. It's a great battle for the bronze, by the way. Sweden and Finland. And Sweden just did it with Sebastian Moden.
Often a battle for McKeever to find a guide who's quick enough. You know, it's well storied that he nearly made the Olympic Canadian cross-country team. And with that in mind, considering how quick he has to be at that level, to find someone prepared to be and to commit to and to be fast enough. Anyway, it's Moden, a bronze medal. He's done it before in this long-distance event in Sochi. And he really did have to give it everything. He looked to be completely out of gas, went to the reserve tank and somehow got there to keep Finland out of that third spot.
Jake Adikoff stepped into the breach when McKeever wasn't competing in Lillehammer at the recent World Champs as a silver with his guide Sam Wood. But the main man yet again, McKeever, 2 decades after his first Paralympic Winter Games gold medal. It's gold number 14 for Brian McKeever, and he absolutely blitzed the competition here.
This takes care of business once more and takes home the gold.
So that's our second recognition ceremony then.
Yeah, I've never felt anything
2 races done,
especially like in these
2 races to go.
Really
here on the 3rd day of the Nordic events, the 2nd day of the cross country here at the Beijing Paralympic Winter Games.
This is the scene at Zhangjiakou, not far away from the women's races. So do stay with us. Well, the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre stands ready for the next couple of races. The women's long distance classic technique standing and the vision impaired race as well. The valley floor starting to push through the disappearing snow, but the course itself is still in good condition and set for good racing, which will please those selected spectators who've been allowed to come, and they'll create what atmosphere they can. They do a good job of it too, yelling everybody home, and they'll have a couple of Chinese competitors to enthuse about here. First of all, we'll have a start in the classic long distance standing race, and then we'll have the two races overlap as the vision impaired competitors get underway as well. Quite a small field in that one. We'll get to it soon enough. But first of all, a standing race, and we've got athletes from Ukraine, China and the USA, 2 each from there. And we've got 3 from Canada, 1 from Japan, and the sole competitor from Norway. It might be Vilda Nilsson's day. Certainly she brings the right pedigree to it, as does Yulia Batnikova-Baumann there. So a great race in prospect.
Yeah, it really is. Looking forward to this. Just above freezing, 1 degree up in the mountains here at Zhangjiakou. 11 racers in this women's long distance classical technique standing race, and it'll be a staggered start as per normal. Grace Miller, the first to go off for the United States. The deeper we get down the order, the higher ranked skiers leave the starting gate. You mentioned it there, Vilda Nilsson, the 21-year-old, the youngster who will be looking to take it to perhaps the more experienced athletes. Lyudmila Lyashenko-Silva in the sprint event in the biathlon, and Nilsson competing in her first, her second Paralympic Winter Games. Beg your pardon, she was there in Pyeongchang 4 years ago. One of the stars of the world champs in her home nation in Lillehammer. And Sydney Peterson for the United States, and Grace Miller leading the charge.
The usual suspects really in terms of nations represented and medals gathered so far. Batnikova-Baumann, she's used to this level of competition and completing her warm-up in these very mild conditions. So Ukraine, China, USA, Canada, Japan and Norway. So, well, these are the countries that are doing well in biathlon and cross-country. 73 there, Abe Yurika, a 26-year-old at a 3rd Paralympic Winter Games.
And good representation from Canada as well. Emily Young, Natalie Wilkie and Brittany Hudak there, wearing bib at 79. The 28-year-old Brittany Hudak from Canmore, and is here again at the Winter Paralympics, her 3rd appearance at these Paralympic Games. The adventure started out in Sochi 8 years ago, and a bib number 77 there, Batnikova-Baumann. She'll be looking for an improvement off the podium in the biathlon sprint event. You have a number of athletes doubling up.
Yes, there was a road bib there. Was that one of the Canadians? 30? No, they're numbered between 71 and 81. So not quite sure where she's got that one from. Not that it matters. There we go. 81 is Nilsson from Lillehammer. She's one to watch.
4 medals, including 2 golds in those Lillehammer World Champs. Silver in the long distance event, by the way, behind Lyudmila Lyashenko, who will go out of the gate last. First up, though, is Grace Miller.
Lyashenko may not be starting. We'll stand by for that. We're underway, though. Grace Miller, born in Guangzhou, but lives in Montana, in the United States. Her mother was a ski coach. adopted by American family. 10th in Pyeongchang.
Bang Duan going off next for the Chinese. 2 Chinese racers in this event. 21 from Daju is Huang. He's only been para skiing for the last 3 years, but we know all about the success the Chinese squad have had so far at this Zhangjiakou facility.
Listen to the reception she gets. It makes her way out, and now Abe Yurika, 26-year-old. It's part of the torch journey for the Tokyo Summer Games. She was 8th in Sochi, and 6th at the World Championships 5 years ago.
Well, there's going to be a big cheer here for Zhao Zhixing, looking for a 2nd medal of these games after her bronze in the biathlon sprint. She's from Zhangjiakou, so she knows the facility, she knows the terrain, she knows the conditions up here in the mountains, off and away, and racing here in this women's long distance. Women's standing skiers.
Emily Young. 31-year-old from Kelowna, British Columbia, about 400 kilometres from Vancouver. Just out of the medals 4 years ago with a 5th place and 4th at the Worlds in 2017. So she's knocking on the door of a top 3 finish.
The 20-year-old sophomore from St Lawrence University, Sydney Peterson. Paralympic debut for the American skier here. 2 silvers and a bronze in Lillehammer, despite it being only her 2nd international competition. She clearly has the talent, and she is away here.
Baumann had a 4th place finish in the biathlon sprint here in Zhangjiakou. 3 silver medals in Sochi, 3 in Vancouver, relay gold in Pyeongchang. To respect that experience and those results. Ukrainians on her way.
Gold medalist in Pyeongchang in the 7.5k. Natalie Wilkie. She was off the podium by some distance in the long distance race 4 years ago. But has been a silver medalist at the World Champs. That was 3 years ago at home in Prince George.
Hudak, a 28-year-old from Canmore, social worker, coached by Robin McKeever. Had a 10th in Sochi, and 8th in the biathlon sprint here. So she's got a taste for the competition already. And just short sleeves today, perfect conditions. Canadians don't feel the cold. They're tougher than that. What it is that Leoshenko may not be with us in this race. That's indeed the case.
Well, a 6-time world champion at the age of just 21. That's Vilde Nielsen. And she's in form as well. One of the stars of the World Championships at home. Lillehammer, Norway, just 8 weeks ago, where she won 4 medals, including 2 golds. And a silver medalist in the sprint event 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. So Nielsen a real big favourite for a medal here.
There's Grace Miller making her way around the course. That's big news that Lyashenko is not racing. She was a silver medalist in the biathlon sprint here, the Ukrainian, but Lyashenko, her absence just opens the door for some others to think, well, wait a minute, I could be finishing a bit higher up than I thought. 73 is Abe Yurika of Japan.
Yeah, massive news that. And it opens the way, doesn't it, for Vilde Nielsen. It'll take something special to stop the 21-year-old from Norway. So, who can throw down the challenge? Hwang, Abe and Grace Miller, the first at the checkpoints. As the race field will thin out. That's Zhao Zhixing. Been a great games for her so far. The Zhangjiakou native, Zhao Zhixing.
Nice rhythm going. A couple of interesting hobbies there, buying lipstick and drawing. You can draw with a lipstick. He also enjoys working out and does plenty of it to reach the elite level of cross country.
So they're going to be racing over 15 kilometres here. This is the women's long distance standing category, classic technique. Now Peterson, a lot is expected of her. The student from St. Lawrence University from Lake Elmo in Minnesota. He's got an invitation actually to compete in the Winter Paralympic Games, and coming off the back of that tremendous performance in Lillehammer. It's only a second international competition, raced in just the one World Cup event coming into this competition season.
So Batnkova Bauman carrying the hopes of Ukraine after the withdrawal of Lyashenko. That been a little bit upsetting even for Batnkova Bauman to find a teammate is not in the race. He could have had hopes for a couple of medals. Certainly Lyashenko and Batnkova Bauman have got experience to suggest they might do.
Yeah, so she knows what it's all about in terms of the Paralympic Winter Games podiums in both cross-country and biathlon at previous Paralympic Winter Games.
Wilkie, nice, easy, early rhythm about her work up this hill. And then a moment to relax. Followed by her teammate Brittany Hudak.
So the Canadians really strong in this race. Natalie Wilkie, by the way, the 21-year-old, will be looking for a big improvement on her showing in the first race in which she was involved here in the biathlon. Running there with Brittany Hudak, the 28-year-old. Hudak, just, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, enjoying the mild conditions up in the mountains. The bare arms, no need for the ski suit on the top half of the body. Nielsen has gone off very quickly.
And the absence of a skier directly in front of her, 30 seconds ahead of her, should have gone Lyashenko. Just is not what she would have been expecting at all. She's taken a bit of a break from her interest in biathlon to concentrate on this race, the cross country. Been working hard on upper body strength, the double poling that's so important. Hwang. Hwang Bangjuan going through, 71 back to Grace Miller.
Yeah, Grace Miller went off first, didn't she? Interesting backstory.
He was born in Guangzhou, well to the south of Beijing, almost on the same latitude approximately as Hong Kong, a much milder climate in Guangzhou, but then adopted across to the United States.
adopted by a ski coach from the United States, from Alaska indeed, at the age of just 3. He's been based out of Palmer, Alaska since.
Plenty of interesting backstories, and certainly Abe Eureka has one, having survived the 2011 tsunami in her village of Yamada.
So bib 75. Emily Young there, with that's Peterson just behind her. So Emily Young, Hudak, and Natalie Wilkie representing Canada in this race. And they will be well aware of what they've just seen with Brian McKeever. Absolutely blowing the competition out of the water, as is his wont.
Zhao Zhiqing also climbing that hill, but she's been caught and passed by the bigger numbered bibs. Factored times, of course, so doesn't all mean all that much necessarily. Places on the course, it's the time that matters. A little bit of the breeze on certain parts of the course. It's there and then it's not. But it is quite an exposed track. Not a lot of protection from the trees in this particular circuit. Wilkie 13 seconds outside the time of Peterson. Early days.
Batinkova Baumann, almost 40 seconds down at present. This is her 5th Paralympic Winter Games. Yulia Batinkova Baumann, she's 38 years of age, 6 World Champs medals, just off the podium in her first race here. 4th in the sprint event in the biathlon. So Hudak there.
Looks good early. That's a well-controlled rhythm and cadence about the style. Just got to hope that the grip wax does its job, and your team has given you the right equipment to go out there and do your best. And here is Nielsen.
Yeah, Nielsen at the 2019 World Para-Nordic. The ski champs held in Canada, won 4 golds in the cross-country event and a bronze in biathlon, and it was there in Pyeongchang.
It's nice and tight early, isn't it? That's not much between some of these skiers as they go through the first half a dozen kilometres and get a feel for the length of this race, which is 15 Ks.
Yep, 5K shorter than the men's race, so 3 laps of the 5K track. Again, these athletes within the umbrella standing category have their own individual sporting classifications, as we know. The higher the degree of impairment, the slower the clock runs for each individual athlete. And clock adjusted in real time, runs differently for each skier. So that makes the results for different classes comparable without compromising the impact of different types or severities of impairments on competition. Huang Bangjuan, for example, has a classification that translates into a 92% factored time.
Long distance event in Lillehammer. World Championships was in freestyle, won by Lyashenko, and Nielsen finished 2nd for Norway. Peterson finished 3rd.
And there is Sydney Peterson.
She has dystonia, which affects left arm and leg. There's a brace on the left ankle.
So Peterson 11.21.6, our current reference point. That's Emily Young, just at the front of your picture there, and followed by Abe Yurika, 147 down. And then bib 71 there, Grace Miller. Three minutes off the reference time thus far for Grace Miller, set by her American compatriot Sydney Peterson. Natalie Wilkie there with Zhao Zhixing.
So it can at times, as the race spreads out, with a field of this size, which is now just 10, can be a bit lonely. Withdrawal of Lyushenko's got us a little bit stumped. A story, a reason will come out in time. It really would have been one of the feature athletes. Changes the complexion of the race somewhat. 79 is Hudak. Over Bauman. And Nielsen starting to reel them in.
There's 17 years in between Nielsen and Battinkova Bauman. So I love this contest between the sort of exuberance of the more youthful skiers and the more seasoned, shall we say, the more experienced athletes with the race know-how and knowledge and the experience of so many Winter Paralympic Games. Certainly the case with Battinkova Bauman. His experience goes all the way back to Torino 2006 and those first medals in cross-country skiing for Battinkova Bauman.
Here's Huang Bangjuan. 21-year-old from China, the hosts having such a strong showing in biathlon and cross-country. And here's Sydney Peterson having a very good first 3.5 Ks.
Yeah, Peterson really throwing it down, actually, in this women's long-distance race for the standing skiers. And perhaps significant that the world champs served as effectively the warm-up here for the Winter Paralympic Games. Very rare that you get a world champs in such close proximity to a Winter Games or a Paralympic Winter Games.
So the words going out to the Canadian pair, where they are, what they need to do, and a drink offered as well. But they're in pretty good position at the moment, Hudak and Young and Wilkie. Wilkie especially.
So you hear that noise coming from the grandstand here at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre. That's the appreciation for Huang Bangjuan, the 21-year-old Chinese here. The Chinese Para-Nordic squad 33 strong. You know that they've been training hard at their facility up in the mountains.
Coming in for a change of skis here, Huang. Not happy with what she's got.
See as well, just behind Huang there, that's the shooting range used for the biathlon events. And the biathlon indeed takes over 24 hours from now. As cross-country had a break for a day before returning with the other distance events.
actually Huang. And she pulled into station number 4, which you logically think was Zhao's because she is 74 there. So that is a understandable mistake there, but I'm pretty sure that was Huang Banjuan who was having the change of skis, even though she pulled into the wrong stall.
So Peterson has a good time here. 2:29 inside the mark of our earlier starters.
So Huang back out onto the course proper, to be joined there by Sydney Peterson. Doing it nicely so far. Does she have the endurance in young legs? Just 20 years of age, Peterson finds herself the youngest in the field.
And perhaps significant too that she didn't have much time to prepare for these games, just received that invitation very late on, just in time really to complete all the necessary COVID checks before flying out to Beijing. But she leads the way as we look at bib 74 there, Zhao Zhixing, and third place at present it's Emily Young from Canada.
Hilda Nilsson just stepping across lanes to complete the overtaking move. Ahead of that trailing group of 4. Japanese skier closest to camera. Peterson has worked as a camp counsellor intern for adults and children with psychological challenges. Looks like she's someone who wants to give back, studying in New York at St. Lawrence University, although from Minnesota. So she'd know about the cold in Minnesota. Lake Elmo. That's some of the coldest places in New York, in the United States, aren't they? Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota. She's out there in short sleeves, although just about all of the competitors are. It's hovering around 0 Celsius, and they're working pretty hard, so these are mild conditions for their standards. And Peterson stepping off to the left there just to heal a bit of a struggle for her. She can get her rhythm back. Has gone out pretty hard pretty early.
Yeah, completely. And slowed down to a walking pace just at the top of the hill there, just slowing it down and then just lightly pressing that reset button to go again. The lead at the last checkpoint, over 2 minutes, best part of 2 minutes 30 for Sydney Peterson. We mentioned it there. It's just a case of whether she can maintain this pace now.
Well, timing of a long race for a young, relatively inexperienced skier is something that has to be learnt, and learnt in a hurry. So let's see. She'll, for her sake, hopefully prove us all wrong. Not we're suggesting she can't do it. There's just a moment at the top of that last climb where she just lost the stride a bit. And that can be the snow as much as anything.
Yeah, she got a bronze in the long distance race in Lillehammer. And it was a silver in the 10K and a silver in the sprint as well.
Knowing what a higher altitude does to your body and understanding what's happening, all things that come with age, experience and more racing, as we keep telling you, because it is important here in Zhangjiakou that they're racing at over 1,500 metres above sea level. Normally that altitude is much lower. It's Wilkie coming through for Canada.
Wilkie's hit the 6 kilometre mark, 19.47. She's running at a 92% factored time. Has just taken advantage of the problems being suffered by Sydney Peterson, who has dropped off the top here. No, Wilkie and Young, 1 and 3 at present for Canada. That is Emily Young. Second games for Emily, a silver medal in the mixed 4x2.5k relay in Pyeongchang. Off the podium in this event, the long distance event that was run freestyle in Pyeongchang, 5th there. A silver medalist at the World Champs at home in Prince George, British Columbia 3 years ago.
Here's Hudak coming through, looking quite comfortable with the race pace. Holding the stride pattern well.
Yep, Hudak, whose Winter Paralympic story started in Sochi 8 years ago. And it hasn't quite happened for her in the cross-country, twice 4th in the World Champs. And it is beginning to burn for a number of our racers out there on the snow, including Abe Eureka, 3:24 down. On the time of the new race leader, it's Natalie Wilkie of Canada.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower up the hills this stage of the race. Abe been around at a top level for a while. In 2013 World Championship, she had a 7th. Zhao making good progress up this incline. Yep, having said that, she was a bit of a stumble. It's 155 metres of climb around this particular circuit. Up and down they go, but a lot of the ascending is done in the first kilometre or so of the lap. Battencover Baumann, they're all finding it pretty heavy going.
They really are, aren't they? Really, really are. Yeah, it's a tough slog for our racers here.
Well, we've had continual feedback about how, Battencover Baumann down, how slow the snow is, and this artificial snow. Anyway, we've got another race to think about. It's going to start shortly, and so the two will overlap, as it did for the men's long distance and vision impaired.
Yeah, we've got just 6 starters in the women's VI here. 2 Ukrainians, a couple of Germans in there, both of whom have been on the podium. Kazmaya and Walter already in the biathlon events. Last to go will be Karina Edlinger of Austria. So it all gets pretty frantic out there, although to be fair, they aren't the most densely populated of races, these 2 women's long distance races in both the standing and VI categories. So Edlinger, the 23-year-old from Austria, she was a bronze medalist in Pyeongchang. That was in the 7.5k, and just off the podium in the long distance at a multiple world champ. 4 gold medals actually at world champs down the years for Edlinger, and she'll go off last.
And here's Shishkova, who's 30 years of age now, from Kharkiv. Long distance freestyle silver in Pyeongchang. So this small field, they all know each other pretty well. We look forward to the performance of a 15-year-old, Kazmaya. She'll be in 93. Two from Germany, 2 from Ukraine.
Yeah, so first to go then in the women's long distance vision impaired race. Skiing in the classical technique, it's the 26-year-old Ukrainian Nikola Kachenko. It's her first taste of the Winter Paralympic Games. She raced at the Lillehammer World Champs freestyle skiing long distance event there. She was 8th and 11th in the sprint classic.
Local hopes rest with Wang Yue from Qinhuangdao, the 22-year-old. Began the sport in 2016 in Shaanxi County. The ritual: sleeps early before competing. I don't know if that means she gets up late or gets up early, but she sleeps early.
Well, the talent that Lynn Kazmaier has at the age of just 15 is absolutely frightening. She's already won a silver in the biathlon sprint event, and is in the race here in the long distance. Also at the World Champs, that was her first international meeting. Off the podium there, but no problem with the transition to the Paralympic Winter Games thus far.
Now Leonie Volter, bronze medalist in the biathlon, behind her teammate Kazmaier. So she too is in the mood and will give this everything she's got. From Freiburg, just in the late teens, top 10s at World Championships in biathlon and World Championships, a 5th in the mixed relay. Lillehammer.
Well, much as we know expected of the Ukrainian para-Nordic skiers here in Beijing, and Oksana Shishkova, next to go here, already has the gold medal in the biathlon sprint event. The Pyeongchang, the 2018 silver medalist in this long-distance cross-country event. So another accomplished, multidisciplined athlete, Shishkova, a big, big favourite again here in the long-distance VI.
And Karina Edlinger. The 23-year-old from Salzburg is away, a two-time long-distance world champion, 17 and 19. Journalist who writes a little bit for the International Paralympic Committee, telling the stories of the athletes. Can she write her own chapter, including a victory?
So back then to the standing race. We're having two races run simultaneously out on the cross-country course here at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre. And it's still looking good for Natalie Wilkie, wearing bib 78 there for Canada. Inspired, no doubt, by the heroics of Brian McKeever, looking like a very good day out in the mountains for the Canadian squad. And Wilkie has a good solid lead over Sydney Peterson, who faded after a really fast start, the American Sydney Peterson. And Brittany Hudak going well as well for the Canadians, likewise Emily Young. It's Zhao Zhixing, our leading Chinese athlete, and Yulia Batinkova-Baumann, one of numerous athletes out there who seem to be struggling with the conditions on this unseasonably mild day. As we approach 1300, 1 p.m. Local time in Zhangjiakou, it is Wilkie who has the lead in the women's long-distance standing race.
Peterson, let's check the time at this point, see how far she is behind Wilkie at the 8.5K, so 27.5 seconds, so she's clearly slowed. We did get that sense that maybe the effort was taking something from her, but she's still out there giving it absolutely everything. Her challenge will be to maintain it through the full 15 Ks. It's looking all right for Canada, though. They're sitting first and third. 79 is, of course, Hudak. See how she stacks up against that time of Wilkie. The outside, Young is 29.30 through there, 28.27, so she's in third still, and Young fourth. And they're split by Peterson, the Canadians. But she'll be under some challenge, I think, Peterson.
Yep, she really will, by the Canadians. We have had a Ukrainian sweep already at these games. It's very early to start predicting these things. But Canada, with strong athletes in this women's long distance standing race, could they do it? Well, she'll want to have a part of that conversation. Wang Zhuan, the 21-year-old Chinese, ahead of Zhao Zhixing at present. But it is the Canadians who are really pacing this race.
Yeah, they're finding it more to their liking than some others. The extremely mild conditions and the nature of the course, even the texture of the snow, is proving quite a handful.
And those wider shots of the facility here at Zhangjiakou give us a real sense of the conditions. Yes, there's snow, but it is thinning a little bit out on the racetrack. Up on the hills and the mountains, well, you don't need us to tell you. You can see the snow is just disappearing. The sun is beating down here.
Those flags are hardly moving at all now. This is one of the stillest days we've had. There's, I guess that was a drink being cast aside. Here's Wilkie, 21-year-old from Canmore, studying German and science. It's hobbies as much as study. He's only 17 years of age in Pyeongchang. He's put a lot of Ks under the skis between then and now.
Batinkova Baumann there on the left of your picture. Just out of picture now. That's Abe Eureka. 90% factored time. There we go. The Ukrainian veteran, Batinkova Baumann, carrying the hopes of her nation after that surprise withdrawal of Lyashenko, certainly on the last start list we were given. So something happened late on to prevent Lyashenko's participation in this race.
Zhao looked to be struggling over the last 10 or 15 metres of that climb. Try and settle into a better pace now across the flatter section. Let the microphones out on the course catch the heavy breathing.
79, that's Brittany Hudak.
Looking over the shoulder, there's Wilkie at the big screen. It looks okay at the moment. How's she feeling though? Can she convert this first half of the race into well, what would be a huge moment in her career, if not the biggest? Has had a gold in the 7.5K in Pyeongchang.
And really settled. Now she hasn't got to bother with a rifle. She had problems at the first shooting range in the biathlon, did Wilkie. One or two problems with the equipment which seemed to sort of affect the mood. And no such variable here in the cross country. It is Natalie Wilkie for Canada. And following in pursuit is Sydney Peterson, who was the early race leader, but perhaps went out a little bit too hard and heavy. He's faded a little.
Well, the trick for the pursuers is whether to try and go with that pace or bank on Peterson just easing up. And it looks like Wilkie has skied a smart race to this point. She's now comfortably ahead of Peterson. See what the margin is through 10Ks in a moment, with 1 lap to go, and it's out to 30 seconds. So Peterson hasn't lost too much more to Wilkie. But Peterson's going to have to dig perhaps deeper than she ever has before to hold on to a top 3 spot. The Canadians are on the surge. Zhao not completely out of it either. Hudak just works hard on maintaining really good technique. Just doesn't look like breaking down. And here is Wilkie. looking as strong now as she did at the start. Could it be a Canadian double? Seen an impressive victory as usual from Brian McKeever in the vision impaired men's race.
Yeah, 10 times on the podium in Pyeongchang. The Canadian para Nordic squad, and 11 athletes competing here in Beijing at these 2022 Winter Paralympic Games. By the way, the 15th edition of the Winter Paralympic Games, an event that was launched in 1976 in Örnsköldsvik in Sweden, and cross country. We know it's one of the mainstay sports in the world of winter sport. Has been on the programme since those first games. Biathlon added a little bit later, but cross country, as we know, provides some real stories and these formidable tests of endurance for our athletes here.
Abe of Japan just being passed now by Zhao Ziqing, and in 77 that is Batankova Baumann. So a little group of three. We had a non-start from Lyashenko, so a smaller field than expected. And Wilkie will be well aware of the race situation. She's in a fantastic position to add to her impressive results. Through the shadows she goes. We're coming up towards 1 o'clock in the afternoon local time. Snow softening. It's not a quick surface right now.
Still looking good for our race leader, Natalie Wilkie of Canada. Peterson and then Hudak, and Emily Young, Huang Bangjuan, Zhao Ziqing of China, Yulia Batankova Baumann, the experienced Ukrainian, well down the order at present. Then it's Abe Yurika, Grace Miller, and Vilda Nielsen struggling a little.
It's a surprise to see Nielsen so far down. We'll see if she's got something left in the closing Ks. We've got another change of skis here. This time Zhao Ziqing it is. So both the Chinese athletes swap their gear for something they hope is better.
So that's Hudak in pursuit of Peterson. Just a correction there. Concentration. It takes it out as much as the physical challenge on the body.
Telling the brain, telling the legs this is how it's done, and the legs not necessarily complying, and nor the skis late in the race. It's a risk-reward thing, really, coming in to change the skis. You can lose 30 or 40 seconds. Will you pick that up by getting a fresh pair of skis underneath you with the better wax? And the Chinese competitors have decided they needed to do that, but Zhao, the best placed of them, behind Wilkie, Peterson and Hudak at the moment, and Emily Young in 5th place. Hudak chasing Peterson.
Yeah, so this is Emily Young.
She and her husband run a farm. She works around sports psychology as well. hear how hard she's working.
Second games for Young. 72, Huang Bangduan. Seventh place at present for Huang.
Real slap of the skis. She makes her way up this climb. Trying to find that weight in the middle of the ski to catch the grip wax that'll help get some purchase, and just slipping and sliding at 2 steps forward, 1 back, it feels like, or it must. And almost going through quicksand as the legs weaken. But fight on she does.
Yeah, past the 12K points, lifted herself up 2 places above Zhao. And Batinkova Baumann into 5th place now, Huang Bangduan. Then that left-hander, and then an opportunity to just push and release and use the slope of the hill just to garner a little bit of speed. Ultimately, the task is to catch this racer here, Natalie Wilkie, who leads the field. So 10.9K, they're into the final lap and the final 5K.
Wilkie got to keep it together. Technique will just break down a little, especially on the climbs. She sees the back of that one. Batinkova Baumann closest to us, and then Abayurika.
Yeah, Batinkova Baumann is needing to strain every sinew and sort of remember the endurance and the efforts needed. Goodness me, she's been here before. Abayurika racing for Japan. A day when they've topped the podium. A brilliant victory in the men's race for Kawayoke Taiki, by the way, for Japan.
We should keep front of mind what a long journey it was for the Ukrainian team to get themselves to Beijing and Zhangjiakou. Some days in the doing, and a traumatic trip, clearly. So we're not surprised if it takes something out of the athletes. But Batinkova Baumann ploughing on. I just think it's the conditions generally, the nature of the snow, the race distance and the altitude that is challenging these athletes.
So Canada have their 3 racers in amongst the top 4 here. Wilkie, and it's Sydney Peterson of the United States, Brittany Hudak, and Emily Young coming under threat from Zhao Zhixing. Zhao really digging in here. The medalist already in the biathlon. We're racing again with Wilkie. So LW8 categorization for Natalie Wilkie. Skiers in that class have moderate impairments affecting one arm. So an example of that would be an inability to flex the elbow or fingers on one side, or a below elbow amputation using one ski pole only.
So Young still got plenty to give. These birds are all over this part of China, like a small magpie with an extra long tail. They're everywhere, and they're quite pretty little birds. They're quite noisy too.
Magpie, don't show the athletes one of those.
Oh, only in some cultures. It's like a magpie. I don't know what it is. I'm no ornithologist, but it's they're pretty little birds, and they're everywhere.
Still Wilkie.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what's happened to Nilsson here, whether she's going to complete the race, because she's so far back. I just want to see if we can get a shot of her still competing, because I'm not certain that she's still involved. Norwegian, one of the favourites coming in. Lyushenko didn't start. Nilsson not featuring. It's opened it up completely, and it could be Canada that cashes in big time in this long-distance classic. Here is our leader, Natalie Wilkie, showing little sign of fatiguing, allowing anyone else back into the race. Peterson was the early leader for the United States, went out at a cracking pace, maybe too quickly. Wilkie bided a time. Race to your strategy. Don't throw it out the window just because someone else does something you weren't expecting. Otherwise, you'll burn all your gas before you get to half race distance. And well, Wilkie was too smart for that. And she's got it well under control at the moment. Peterson about 48 seconds behind our leader at the moment. And then Hudak and Young, Wang and Zhao of China, Batenkova Baumann, Abe and Grace Miller. Camera pulls back and pans left to show you that really, except for these low trees, it's a very exposed course. They don't so much race through the woods as between two forests.
Bronze medal position at present, it's Brittany Hudak. So ahead of Emily Young. The Canadians having a really strong race here. Helped undoubtedly by the non-participation of Lyushenko and the struggles being experienced by Batenkova Baumann. And at present, the Chinese contingent, Huang and Zhao, not able to match the race performance of their predecessors in the biathlon events and indeed the earlier cross-country events. So this is looking very, very good for Canada. And Hudak moving up now above Peterson, with Emily Young hovering as well around that bottom spot of the podium.
Yes, so the Canadians and Peterson, the United States, they've come ready. You have no control really over what other teams and skiers might do and whether they even turn up, but just put that out of your mind. Not much value thinking about who's in and who's out. You've got your race to conduct the best way you can, and Peterson, all right, might have gone out a bit hard early, but she's very much in those learning years, 20.
Peterson has around 20 seconds on Brittany Hudak as both go off in pursuit of Natalie Wilkie, our race leader. Then it's Zhao from Emily Young. So that's Peterson. And whatever happens here, she's had a fabulous 21-22 season with that terrific performance at the World Champs.
Oh, there's just about a smile on the face of of Wilkie. I think she senses what's at stake here and how close she is to realising a dream. She can sense it's there, finding the extra hard push to bring it home.
All alone and going for gold, Natalie Wilkie.
Peterson, can she hold on for a silver medal for the United States? I think what's once they know that the finish line is not too far away, they can push on and push harder. But there's only really been a moment or two through the whole race duration that Wilkie hasn't looked on top of her technique. And here she comes.
The youngest athlete for Canada at the 2018 Paralympic Winter Games. A remarkable Games debut at age 17. Gold, silver and bronze in the cross country. And here it's a gold medal performance in the long distance in Beijing. Natalie Wilkie, we call that wire to wire. A fantastic race from the 21-year-old Canadian.
Well, that's a great smile. She's proud of the race she's put together, as well she should be. There's Sydney Peterson.
All the way in. You got this, Sydney. Come on. Let's go. Up, up, up. Whoop, 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 whoop. Come on, Sydney. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Great encouragement there for Peterson. The end is in sight here. 48.04.8. Wilkie's reference time. It's going to be good enough for the gold medal. But Peterson pushing on here.
I'll give some medals to the support team. They are 100% behind the effort of Sydney Peterson.
Spectacular couple of months for her. This invitation to the Games on the back of 3 medals at her first international competition, including those pair of silvers at the World Champs and the bronze in the long distance. But here's Hudak.
So outside the time of Wilkie, Hudak pushing for all she's worth, as Peterson just comes into view behind her. So Hudak, is it to be a bronze medal for the Canadian? She'll go into second for the moment.
1:23 down on her compatriot Wilkie's time. But Peterson will come in behind.
You won!
That's a moment, as is this for Peterson, who crosses the line into second place and just about crashes into the Canadians.
So we have our 1, 2 and 3. We'll see Zhao and Emily Young come in thereafter. But a great performance from the Canadians here, Wilkie and Hudak.
I think they want to say something, but they're pretty spent.
Yeah. They were like...
So Huang now. Well, they've had plenty of success in the Nordic events so far, but it's not happening for the Chinese in the long distance standing amongst the women.
Confirmation too that Vilda Nilsson has withdrawn from the race. Couldn't speculate at the moment why that might be. She started off okay, but unable to complete. Young to finish the job. Wilkie, Peterson and Hudak waiting for her.
So 49.27.8, the last podium mark. 52.06.7. After that, the real time, if you will, of 57.54.1. 90% factored time. So that puts Young in 4th place.
Right now.
1, 3 and 4 looks pretty good for Canada. Does it stay that way? But Huang coming in. Huang Bangjuan.
Way shy of Young's time in 4th place, 52.06. But a really popular finish for Huang Bangjuan. And at the moment, it's 5th after Wilkie, Peterson, Hudak and Young.
Wasn't a lot of form to guide us to some knowledge about Huang and Zhao. They've done a good job today, though. Not quite up to medal-winning performances of some of their teammates, but this is a tough course and a tough distance. Huang's done well.
So 73 and 77, Abe Eureka, Yulia Batinkova-Baumann for Japan and Ukraine respectively, and then Zhao Zhixing there for China. So medalist already, but today not her day. She will come again, Zhao Zhixing for China.
Photographer getting down nice and low, and unfortunately Zhao also. Well, she's not the only one who had a stumble or two today, as the legs tire.
Yeah.
The skis start to give out. They've had their problems with their skis today, the Chinese team. Perhaps the wax team didn't quite get it right. They probably should. They know these conditions better than anyone. But this is an unseasonably mild day, and the ski a bit slushier than it has been. Normally the artificial snow is a bit harder.
You're watching our last 4 races come in at the end of the women's long distance. Indeed, as previously mentioned, those 2 non-finishers, Fielder Nilsson, who did start the race, but Lyudmila Lyashenko, one of the big favourites, didn't get out of the start gate. So psychologically, already that's a boost for the other higher-ranked athletes, and Wilkie really took the charge on to take down Peterson and win the gold medal.
Well, I'll try and get Zhao home. The locals sitting in the stands. See if she can give the absolute best possible effort over the closing 100 metres or so. The arm swinging nicely again. It's such a good feeling coming into the home straight after a tough race. But it will be Batinkova-Baumann who greets the line before them. Well outside a medal today.
Yeah, so pushing Huang down. It'll be a 5th for Batinkova-Baumann at present. 6:35 outside the winning time of 48.04. Big appreciation for the finish here of Zhao. Abe Eureka. And
Zhao was only 30 seconds outside of a medal. It's a strong showing over the last couple of kilometres.
Grace Miller to come home as well.
And pretty distressed is Zhao. That's putting it all out there. There's a look at this screen for the results, which look this way. Well, this is for the vision impaired race, which we can go back to. At the 7.3 kilometre stage, Shishkova from Kazmaier and Walter of Germany.
Yeah, this one's going to form. Shishkova, Kazmaier and Walter Already on the podium, of course, in the biathlon sprint for the vision impaired women's race. That occurred a couple of days ago, the first day of the para events here. And by the looks of things, there's been a problem for Edlinger, who was highly fancied as well in this VI event.
That's a shame. She just couldn't manage it today. Getting some love from the dog. Oh, that's great.
So that leaves 5 in the race.
We've had our surprises today.
Yep, conditions very, very problematic.
Nilsson not completing the race in the long distance standing. Shishkova showing the way here.
Yep, that lead of 50 seconds over the first German, with Walter in third place, Kazmaier in second at present. So we have a third of this VI race to go in the women's long distance category.
Edlinger, of course, didn't finish the biathlon event, so that's 2 DNFs against the name of a really experienced athlete. I just wonder what her issues might be. She'll probably front up to the Austrian media and explain a few things. A very difficult day for her. She would have hoped for the best and not been able to deliver. Things outside of her control, no doubt.
Yeah, good communication between guides and athlete. So that's Kazmaier, the 15-year-old. Well, prodigy, if ever you saw one. And a very successful first season on the international circuit. 3 finishes in the World Champs in Lillehammer. But what an upgrade to get on the podium in her first Winter Paralympic race. That was the silver in the sprint event in the biathlon.
Oh, Edlinger, your heart goes out to her, doesn't it? That's a sad scene. Anyway, Shishkova out by about 50 seconds at the most recent check, and she's striding along nicely. '21 top 3s at World Championship level in biathlon and cross countries events.
Yeah, lovely shot looking up the hill there.
Those light towers did a fantastic job during the Olympic Games for biathlon events held in the evening. It's become the fashion, really, but in biathlon to film the events under light at dusk, and it does look fantastic. We're competing in the full sunlight of Zhangjiakou on a ridiculously mild day. Temperature not even below 0. I'm told it could be as high as 20 degrees in Beijing later this week.
Then Kazmaier there, and her guide, Florian Baumann. And then wearing bib 95, that's Oksana Shishkova and Andrei Marchenko. Yeah, this phenomenal palmares from the 30-year-old Shishkova. Gold medal already in the women's biathlon sprint. So further glory beckons here for Shishkova from Kharkiv. Kazmaier going really well for Germany. B3 classification for Lynn Kazmaier. It's Germany versus Ukraine in this women's VI long distance race. Oksana Shishkova round the bend.
Middle distance gold medalist from 4 years ago. Something lucky and important hanging around the neck. There's superstitious people, elite athletes. A friend of mine, an international athlete in a different sport, told me once that it's unlucky to be superstitious. He thought he was funny at the time, but whatever makes you feel confident, I guess. They have their rituals, they happily admit to that.
Third place at present, Walter from Germany. So is it to be the same 1, 2, 3 that we saw in the biathlon sprint?
Shaping up that way. For one won't ever forget the smile on Walter's face at the end of the biathlon. You won't see a happier bronze medalist. She was absolutely delighted. The smile just sort of lit up the venue and the screens. And would have cheered up anybody who saw it, I think, especially her family back home.
Shishkova then, 38.05 at the 10.9 kilometre mark, 15 kilometre race distance. And this race will complete proceedings on day 3 of the Para-Nordic events here at Beijing 2022. It'll be biathlon in 24 hours' time, and then it'll be returned to the other distance events here in para cross-country skiing at these 15th Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing. Plenty of communication and encouragement from Permin Strecker for Lynn Walter. And our first chance to race with Wang of China, Wang Yue, and her guide Li Yailin. Down the order at present.
Through the 10.9 kilometre checkpoint, Shishkova was 38.05, 38.59 for Kazmaier, so that lead pushing out towards a full minute. And another 13 seconds behind was Walter. Pretty little section of the course just here, tied up against the trees, but that softening snow. They can just keep it skiable for the next few days to see it through to the end of Paralympic Winter Games. And she is struggling a little there. Wang Yue. Keeping out of the tracks for the moment.
You can almost feel your own limbs burning looking at those exertions as the athletes push towards the finish. Really hurts.
Still pretty good energy in the striding of Kazmaier. Plenty of energy from the guide as well. Jawohl. Up, up, up. Yes, away you go.
Kazmaier. Remember, just 15.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, though. Just the simple word yes, yes, yes. Positive, positive, positive. There's sports psychology at work there, perhaps.
Now, double Kazmaier's age. That's Shishkova. Yeah, maintains that lead out towards almost a minute over Lynn Kazmaier here.
Shishkova's the guide is struggling to keep up here. She's left the guide behind. I felt this before, that maybe he was struggling to keep up with her. And now is that a problem? Here's Shevchenko. Well, we'll see what happens there for Shishkova and guide Andrei Mashenko. And some of his instructions earlier, just thought that he was maybe struggling for air. Not really the case here with Shevchenko and Denis Nikulin. So here's Shishkova well ahead of a guide. Well, he doesn't have to be in front of her. He can be in front or behind, but the usual position is in front, and she has just left him. But he may catch here. He's looking to close the gap. I think he'll get there, but that was an interesting moment. The hill absolutely found him out. The job's not far from being done.
Tough climb for Walter there, so 2:14 down on Shishkova's time. But who could stop Oksana Shishkova? Still fresh as a daisy, pushing into the last couple of kilometres of this race.
Well, we've mentioned it before. We shouldn't forget how much extra effort in some cases the guides are giving with all the instructions, looking over the shoulder, making sure there's clear snow ahead, negotiating through any traffic.
So Shishkova again, she has a sport classification of B2. There is a grading within the visual impairment class, B1, B2 and B3.
Well, the guide has at least made his way back to the front. Andrei Mashenko, after that moment where the course found him out.
So Shishkova at B2, a sporting class that involves athletes with a higher visual acuity than those in B1, unable to recognise the letter E from a distance of 4 metres. Part of the criteria for judging our athletes.
Wang Yue coming through, some 5 minutes behind Shishkova's time. This is the 12.3k mark. Still a couple of Ks to go. There's Kazmaier. Just trying to keep it together for perhaps another silver medal.
Yep. 1.5 Ks left in this race for Lynn Kazmaier. Hitting this checkpoint first, so there'll be a provisional first, but just wait for Shishkova to come round. The best part of a minute, wasn't it, the last time round, the lead of Shishkova.
She's moved to the front of the guide again, and he's really digging deep to make sure he can stick with her. Andrei Mashenko.
Still there, almost a minute, 57.4 seconds for Oksana Shishkova.
Now he pulls up alongside and moves to the front. So I've not really seen that too often before, where the guide is found out by the length and toughness of the course and is struggling to keep up with their skier. But if it's going to happen to anyone, it would probably happen to one of the world's best. Shishkova, indeed, asking a few questions of Andrei Mashenko, as was the course. It's the sheer pace that she can get across the snow at. But here's Shevchenko. fellow Ukrainian. Shishkova, Kazmaier and Volta at the moment. Germany second and third. Ukraine first and fifth. And we've got one, China, sitting in fourth at the moment, just out of a medal position.
And of course, a shame for Karina Edlinger, the Austrian, who was unable to finish. She'll go again later in the week in the other distance events in the cross country and biathlon.
I wonder if she will, if she's well enough, fit enough. Anyway, time will answer that one for us. Kazmaier still looking pretty strong.
Yep, great endurance here from our German skiers. That was the case as well in the biathlon sprint race. Kazmaier and Balta going off in hot pursuit on Oksana Shishkova, but it's looking like a replication of the finishing order in that race on the first day of the Nordic events here at Beijing 2022. The 93 is Kazmaier with Baumann guiding her, leading her, encouraging her, and bringing it home for Germany. Set to be the first cross-country medals at this meeting, at these Winter Paralympic Games for Germany. Kazmaier and Velter already in the biathlon, with Marco Meyer adding a silver for Germany in the men's standing sprint. But they're going to be adding to the tally here, the Germans.
Here we go with Shishkova. Wind's picked up a little again, and skiing straight into it. Wind from the west, so they're going to be able to complete the journey, Shishkova and guide Marchenko, as they should. It's a bit of a concern there for a while. Lynn Kazmaier and Florian Baumann working together. They're coming down towards the finish and getting a big cheer from Chinese spectators too, as they can see the line now. Florian Baumann leading home his charge. A couple of last instructions. Come on, let's finish it off. Let's make sure of our best possible place and best possible time. And Kazmaier will come down in 52:05.6. She's got some of those attributes of a champion athlete. Absolute determination, good technique, serious fitness, and perhaps best of all, many, many years ahead of her if she wants to, at 15. Here comes Shishkova. 52:05 to beat, and she's going to do that comfortably. So Shishkova comes down to the line. An impressive winner. 51:09.1. 56 seconds better than Kazmaier.
Done it again, hasn't she? 2 events, 2 gold medals, and she's upgraded her silver in this long-distance ski from Pyeongchang 4 years ago. Just too good, too hot to handle. Oksana Shishkova.
Yeah, no, Volta looking to bring it home. Herman Strecker, the guide. Not far to go. Volta had to take off a fair bit of time from schooling to compete at World Championships. But schools and universities are generally sympathetic for elite athletes. Reschedule exams and delivery time of papers.
Yeah, we make plenty of Kazmaier at 15, but Walter at just 18. What a future for the German para cross-country squad. They've unearthed these athletes and they're really bringing it for Germany here at Beijing 2022. They put Wang in the shade of Kazmaier and Walter, and also Kachenko, the other Ukrainian in this long-distance race. So well outside the time of Shishkova and indeed Kazmaier, but at just 18. Another fantastic race for Germany and Leonie Walter.
Well, Kazmaier is waiting for her to give her the big greeting, and this is a Germany 2-3 as Walter crosses the line in 54:08.8. Good race. Well, fearlessness of youth. Haven't learned to doubt themselves. That comes later.
Wang. Been a bold race from her, but it just hasn't happened for China today. They've had plenty of success so far. It's someone else's turn on this third day of the Para-Nordic events. But Wang pacing Kachenko to the line. It's going to be 5 minutes behind the race-winning time of Oksana Shishkova. But Wang has held it together to the end here. For a very commendable finish, just getting in the tracks and pushing on.
Just feeling really for the right stride, the right push. This is the only time they negotiate that rise into the finish straight, because the course proper is off to their left. Anyway, Wang's done a fine job, kept upright and pushing hard for the cheers of the home crowd, and she'll come in a very decent finish on fourth.
So our penultimate finisher then for China, it's Wang. Great effort.
Guide Li Yalin just helping her off with the skis as she tries to suck in some much needed oxygen. And Kachenko making her way down. Breeze looks like it's shifted direction a little bit.
Yeah, final tuck for home. Kachenko and her guide Nick Kulin. So Ukraine will have to content themselves with just the single medal. Another gold for Shishkova in this women's long distance race. 5 finishes of 6, with Edlinger not making it, unfortunately. But Kachenko getting in that rhythm. And indeed, further challenges to come in the middle distance race and the sprint, plus the relay.
Very impressed with the staying power of the local spectators and their fair-minded enthusiasm for all the competitors, regardless of where they're from. I'm sure it means a lot to the competitors too. Tachenko coming down to finish off vision impaired long distance race.
Our final finisher then on day 3 of the Para-Nordic events at Beijing 2022. Tachenko of Ukraine. A commendable finish.
You know, it's what your coaches want to see, is that regardless of where you're finishing, give that absolute maximum effort in the closing meters. That's what they train for. That's what is expected of them. So there are your results. Shishkova does a fine job. Pick up another victory. And the 15-year-old Lynn Kazmaier of Germany and her 18-year-old German compatriot Leonie Walter will collect silver and bronze. Wang Yue and Natalia Tachenko, 4th and 5th. No finish from Edlinger, unfortunately, today.
Just a reminder then of the finishing positions in the standing long distance race. Wilkie, Peterson and Hodak, a terrific showing from the Canadians. Gold and bronze, with the United States getting the silver medal.
Standing by for recognition ceremony that will heavily feature Natalie Wilkie of Canada.
Yeah, that felt long though.
I know,
I
right?
feel like a 14.6K.
Of course, of course.
So recognition ceremony on the way then for the final 2 races that we've seen on this resplendent day in the mountains at Zhangjiakou. So Sydney Peterson at the front of the line there, and the 2 Canadians behind, Natalie Wilkie and Brittany Hudak. And in the middle, Wilkie, our gold medalist.
They look pretty buoyant, don't they? Pretty happy trio.
Yeah.
It's great to see the smiles of relief and pleasure, pride. All that hard work does count for something. This is the tricky thing, that the athletes think they're supposed to be in a straight line and they're actually trying to be floor managed into a diagonal one. Anyway, we'll make it work.
So fabulous for Brittany Hudak. So a bronze in biathlon in Pyeongchang, and now a bronze in cross country in Beijing. What a season Sydney Peterson has had. Invitation, no less, to these Paralympic Winter Games. And here she is after that spectacular showing at the Worlds with an Olympic silver. But Queen of the Crop.
Wow. She had an accident at school in a woodwork class and affecting one hand, and just a couple of years later she was in Pyeongchang at the age of 17, and then 4 years on, here she is, really a blossoming champion of the sport, Paralympic cross country.
Yeah. Gold, silver and bronze up in the mountains in Alpensia 4 years ago, and now another gold here in Beijing. Quite the career thus far for Natalie Wilkie. Super race and a terrific gold medal.
Smart race too. Didn't go out too hard, too early to match the pace set by Sydney Peterson. Skied her own race, Peterson likewise, and she should be well proud of that silver medal. And Hudak, of course. Recognition ceremony to come for the women's vision impaired long distance.
Recognition ceremony to come then at the end of the women's long distance VI. Shishkova, Kazmaya, Valter, Ukraine, Germany, the same 1, 2, 3 as we had in the sprint event in the biathlon.
Shishkova too quick for her rivals and at times too quick for her guide.
So, great moments again. Shishkova, the gold medalist, double the age of the woman she beat into second place, Kazmaier. But what a showing at the age of 15, 2 Paralympic winter medals. Kazmaier again with a second place, Walter again with a third place. And nice to see as well the guides saluted too.
And if things go to form, maybe another beaming smile from Walter. Shishkova, plenty on her mind, I'm sure. Kazmaier delighted to find herself in a medal-winning position again. Silver backing up from the biathlon.
Bronze then for Germany. Joni Maria Walter, and the guy there, Impaired Strecker. Silva again for Team Germany. Lynn Kazmaier and Florian Baumann. But what can you say about our gold medal champion? Just too good again. She won this one by the best part of a minute, 56.5 seconds. And a second gold medal of the Games for Oksana Shishkova and the guide Andrei Marchenko from Ukraine.
Restrained but proud celebration there from Shishkova. We've already seen a lot of Shishkova's results over the years. We're going to see a lot more from Kazmaier and Walter. A promising thing about this category, the emergence of two future stars. And the brilliance of one who's been with us for a while.
So the dust settles on a busy and occasionally hectic day of para cross-country skiing at Beijing 2022.
Well, a great day of racing. We've had some expected results. We've had some surprises. We've had some non-starters. We've had this course, this day, really testing the competitors, and it's thrown up a day of sporting drama.
Absolutely. Great day as well for Canada with those 2 gold medals. Japan on the top spot of the podium, and another gold for the Queen in the standing category for the women, Oksana Shishkova of Ukraine. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, snow will probably, we hope, just hold on and give us some more great racing here at Zhangjiakou. And we look forward to your company as that happens.
Yep. The cross country takes a break for a day. It'll be para biathlon up next, and we look forward to your company for that too. From Zhangjiakou for now, though, bye-bye.